And here we go. We have liftoff. Propulsion continues to be normal.
RCPA chamber pressure looks good.
Following up. Roger, with planet.
Water towers fly! Yes!
Tango down to nominal.
Fighting downside SC off. Bring in SC off. Off. It's orange!
145! Oh my god! Oh my god!
Decollage. Put that in the big bag, Jingle.
343 unfolds to go.
Indeed.
We rise together, back to the moon and beyond.
If methane would be igniting in the flare, correct?
Yikes. You bet. We don't need any more of these.
Coverage of the 2024 total solar eclipse that'll be visible across a large amount of North America, and unfortunately, because of that, everyone from NSF who is based in North America, apart from Kevin who's producing the stream, has gone out to see the eclipse. So you're left with me. My name's Ryan Caton. I'll be hosting the show today, and from just a little bit further south, I'm joined by Alex. How you doing, Alex?
Well, yeah, I guess it's the time for the Europeans to get on the helm of this commentary stream to cover the eclipse in North America. That's, it's always exciting when a piece of rock just blocks our sun, right? And so it's a cosmic coincidence that we have that here on Earth, and it's always cool when it happens.
Yeah, it's always a mesmerizing event. I was thinking earlier, whilst coming back to start the stream, we have the technology nowadays to predict these things for years, hundreds of years even, into the future. But imagine what it would have been like only a few hundred years ago to not have that technology and just, randomly one day you're outside picking berries or something, you pick a berry and then suddenly everything goes dark, right? It's kind of insane to think what actually happens during a total solar eclipse. Everything goes dark. It's kind of a magical experience, It's something that only Earth really gets to experience in this kind of way, because we are positioned in, just by chance, we are positioned with a moon which is exactly the right size and exactly the right distance away to barely cover the sun entirely and give us what we know as a total solar eclipse, which I just think is pretty cool. I'm seeing all the 5x5s in chat. Thank you everybody for tuning in. Alex, I think it's pretty obvious. On the launch streams, I always be like, Alex, what are we expecting to see today? And you'll give me information about the launch. I think it's pretty obvious what we're expecting to see today from a total solar eclipse. But I'm going to ask you the question anyways. What are we expecting to see?
So indeed, we're going to see an eclipse, right? But you're probably going to see here, you see that map of all of the places that we have coverage for today. Some of them along the totality path for that eclipse, and then also some other coverage as well outside of that path of totality, but we'll still get some decent coverage of not coverage, I guess. Well, it's gonna cover the sun essentially. Like the moon is gonna cover the sun, but not entirely. But still, a decent chunk of the sun will be occluded by the moon. So we're gonna be following along, over the next, I don't know how many hours. I think at one point I did a quick math that it will probably be about 4 hours or so from the first location to the south to get the some little bit of eclipse, and then all the way up to the north, Rochester and all of those other locations to the northeast. We're going to be live as well from there. And if you follow along, you see there's a clock on the top left of your screen, basically to my right here, and like all the way there on the other side of the screen. There, as we cycle through, I believe our producer has been able to put together some timelines there, so you can see all of the different times of when things are occurring on that eclipse. So definitely you can keep along when are we going to see different events for that eclipse on this stream from different locations. So, for example, this is from the Cape. You see all of the times for the Cape. If we go to maybe the Starbase or whatever other camera, then you also see the times for that location. So if you are near those locations, you can also know when to see the eclipse. But if you don't know by now, I mean, you should know by now.
Speaking of locations, and this is a live view of the sun, obviously not occluded just yet, but looking beautiful as
and it's
ever.
going to take a while for this one because this is on the northeast.
Yeah, it's going to take approximately 90 minutes before totality. For the places that are seeing totality, it'll be about 90 minutes before we'll start to see the moon cover the sun, and then 90 minutes after it'll stop covering the sun. So that's a very a good chunky period of time in order to see a partial solar eclipse or a total solar eclipse if you are in the path of totality. Officially, the partial eclipse, I believe, did start at 15:42. I did get my time zones wrong earlier, so it might actually be starting in 12 minutes time. Sorry if that's wrong, but I do know that it ends at 20:52 UTC, so you can calibrate for your own time zones there. And if you are in any of the following places, of course, Mexico, the United States, and Canada will be seeing a total solar eclipse. I do think this is the camera moving and not the sun going haywire. But there are a bunch of other places all over the world which will be seeing like at least 50% a partial eclipse, which is Kiribati, French Polynesia, the US minor outlying islands, the Cook Islands, Guatemala, Belize, the Cayman Islands, Cuba, the Bahamas, Bermuda, Greenland, Iceland, the Faroe Islands, the Azores Islands, Ireland, and even the United Kingdom, which is a bit surprising, but you have to be, on top of a mountain in Scotland to even have a chance of seeing it, really, because you know what the British weather is like. And speaking of the weather, Alex, we've been kind of, well, let's just say the people in the field have been feeling a little bit nervous over the last few days because the forecasts have not been too, how should we put this?
Yeah.
Satisfactory?
Let's say that we want the moon to cover the sun, not the clouds. Let's put it that way. So recently, the weather today has been a little bit cloudy here and there in some spots. So definitely, trying to keep an eye on, the thing of having multiple cameras and multiple locations and things like that is that we're gonna have to, there's some absolute chances that this is gonna be visible in some kind of these feeds, right? In some location, this is going to be visible, even though there might be some clouds here and there on some other locations. But that's why we have coverage all across the totality path, at least within the United States. I believe there's maybe one camera in Canada. We'll get to that when we get to that. But that's essentially why we planned all of this with multiple feeds. I believe there's like 42 different cameras, which is bonkers.
Yeah, the Starship Flight 3 stream, if you watched that, which I hope you did, I believe we had 20, just shy of 30 cameras, like 26-ish live cameras that were being able to pull in live. Today, we have 42. So we have Team NSF scattered throughout the United States. We also have our partners at Office Hours who are through the United States and also have a camera in Canada for us. And we're also, as you may have just seen, partnering with Time and Date, who are providing us with a feed as well. Of their different cameras as well. So for coverage of the sun, there's going to be many cameras pointing at the sun today, and a large number of them are going to be piping to your screen.
This is one of our cameras looking at the sun from the Kennedy Space Center. This same camera was looking yesterday at a rocket launch.
Yeah,
same camera. Which is bonkers.
So the Kennedy Space Center, Cape Canaveral, won't be seeing totality, but they will be seeing a significant partial eclipse. So this will be very interesting to see. And it's also very fun to see what our robotic cameras can do when they're usually tasked with looking at rockets or bits of stainless steel in South Texas. And now they're being tasked to look at our star.
Hey, so, sometimes people say that the rocket engines on some of the rockets, they look so bright that it kind of looks like the sun. So it kind of fits. We don't need solar filters though with rockets.
Very quickly, I will just say, as always, if you're a regular viewer, you'll notice already. If you have a question, of course, we have the physics man himself, Alex below me. If you have a question, make sure to tag us in chat at NASASpaceflight, and we will do our best to answer it. And also, we have some support coming in, starting off with Grand Umbilical Carrier Play with a $5 super chat. Thank you very much. Asking or saying, drove 5.5 hours to the New Hampshire Canadian border. Can't wait to share this with NSF. Yeah, it's going to be a very exciting experience for everyone in the path of totality. I do have to say, I'm a little bit jealous that I'm not in the path of totality. However, my time will come because there are total eclipses approximately every 18-ish months, and they cover varying parts of the world. I know in 2026 there's a total solar eclipse that will be covering a bit of Europe and a bit of Africa as well. So, you know, the roles will be reversed. Yep.
Yeah.
In a couple of years'
And there's going to
time.
be another one in 2027 that'll be from Spain and also Gibraltar, so a little bit of the UK as well.
We're getting spoilt for choice here in Europe over the next few years.
Yeah.
But for now, we are just going to be looking at these live views being provided to us from the United States. I will also say that throughout today's stream, we will be joined by many different people in the field. We don't have them on just yet because, as you can see, people are still getting set up. People are still getting ready for the eclipse, and the weather may not be in our favour at every single location. However, Jack's gone up to Fort Worth with Dr. Holly, Das and Alicia have gone up to Rochester. We also have Gage in Ohio, and of course that's as well as the rest of Team NSF. Sean's gone up to Vermont, I believe, and of course we have our feeds from our partners as well. So we'll have many people joining us throughout today's stream. As you can see there, all of the different locations, starting down in Starbase, which you'll see just a smidge off totality, all the way up to the northeast of the United States and Canada there. And also, I will just note that we have Chris K up in the Twin Cities, which is going to be a partial eclipse for Chris K, but another feed there as well. So yeah, this is the live view. Sorry, Alex. This is the live view from Starbase right now. You can see it's a bit cloudy.
Yeah. That is one of the main concerns today, of course. And as I was saying, one of the things, if you see the ticker down below, it says the eclipse is visible for 90% of the United States. Essentially, if you are anywhere in the continental United States, you're sure to see something. If you have the, correct eye protection and everything, do not look straight to the sun without protection, because that's always a danger to your retinas and everything. Like that's not good for your eye. But if you do have protection, wherever you are in the United States, on the continental side of the United States, you should see something, even if it's just a little bit of the sun being occulted during, with the moon passing just a little bit or grazing the sun, essentially, in some locations. But for the most part, you're gonna see a big chunk of the sun being taken away by the moon. Where is it going? we can sort of do like a what will the people in like the first century or so will have said? Oh, the moon is stealing the sun, and the big dragon eating the big ball in the sky. Anyways.
Yeah, that is a good point though, Alex. I will just reiterate that if you do not have something like these certified solar glasses, do not look at the sun. Do not point like your phone camera at the sun. It could get damaged. Just the sun is a big beast of a star, right? It's incredibly bright, and just glancing at it for a few moments can do serious damage. So please, if one message gets across to everybody watching today, please just do not look at the sun without certified eye protection. And if you don't have any of these, because I don't know, they've run out or they're sold out because so many people are excited to see this, go and get something like a colander, or even just cross your fingers like this and look at the image that's being projected onto the ground in order to see the eclipse. The only time where it is safe to look in the direction of the sun is during totality, when the moon has fully covered the sun. And that will obviously only happen if you're in the path of totality. So if you're not in the path of totality, do not look at the sun whatsoever with no protection at all. Just don't do it. Just don't do it. It's not worth it.
And don't be like, there are certain people are like, oh well, there's clouds in between, so I can look at the sun because the clouds are filtering. Don't do it either ways. That's not smart to do, because maybe the cloud will clear out and then you get all blinded by the sun. So that's not good. but yeah.
Yeah. This is a beautiful view. I don't know if Kevin could tell me where we're getting it from, because I can't exactly see. My preview's a little small. But this is a beautiful view of
Yeah.
the sun here.
This is Newport, Vermont.
Oh, okay. So I think this is this Sean or
I'm
Ron?
also-
I know they're in a similar place. This is Sean. Thanks, Jay. Jay Keegan also behind the scenes. So this is from Sean right now, which is a very, very pretty view of the sun. Obviously, being in the northeast of the United States, it'll be one of the last places we see totality today. However, that does mean beforehand we get these a beautiful view. I think, if I'm not mistaken, that is a sunspot right there as well. So very high fidelity views here coming in from Sean.
Interesting that
of a-
there's no more sunspots. Like the sun is.
Yeah, I was about to
has
say
been
it looks
active.
oddly clean.
Yeah. It's in its maximum, and it's kind of crazy that there's not a lot of sunspots. Like there's only just one there. Still, that sunspot is probably like twice the size of the Earth or something like that. So
Yeah, I mean the scale is a bit
deceiving.
Yes.
And this is
I'm
from
gonna
Fort Worth. It didn't even look like we changed the camera. Oh my gosh.
I wonder if Jack and I believe this will be from Jack, I think. And if it is, then I think he could be shooting on the same camera as Sean, the same type of camera, which is why they look similar.
Okay, yeah, this is Jack.
So
It
that
is
may
Jack.
answer the
Yeah.
question there. I'm going to
Yay,
very
Jack!
quickly
It's
hit.
orange.
It's
Anyways.
orange. I'm going to very quickly hit a bit of the support that we've been getting because obviously I think it's kind of obvious, but like countrywide coverage such as this from South Texas to the northeast of the United States, from 42 feeds that we're ingesting today, that would not be possible without your support. So I'm going to be very thankful and grateful for all the support we've been getting, such as these 5 Red Team memberships, which have been gifted by Coco. Thank you very much for those. Bob Fillmore has also gifted 5 Red Team memberships. If you received one of those, make sure to thank them in chat. And then we also have SN15, the best ship ever. With a $2 super chat saying, Philly gets 90%, let's go, East Coast, best coast. I mean, I think it's safe to say that right now because Jack isn't on the stream yet. And Wilbo with the £20 super chat, thank you very much, saying, going to Leicester May 24th. Yes, hope to see you there because that's the UK meetup. There's a command in chat for it if you want to learn more. Yeah, that's some of the support we've been getting since we just went live. Oh, this is a beautiful view of the sun here. Obviously not as zoomed in, but I like the wider shots as well, because the wider shots is the only way you can truly appreciate like what happens surrounding you during a solar eclipse.
Yeah.
Because the
This
shadow
is
just
from
like
Missouri.
kind of like engulfs you, if that makes sense.
We should start to see the first portion of the sun being occulted by the moon in about 30 minutes or so, I think, from Fort Worth, from Jack's feed. We'll see.
I can
if we
try.
get there.
I can try a thing. I've been.
Ooh.
Alex calls this a gimmick, ladies and gents. I don't think it's a gimmick. I think it's actually very useful to help explain things. But Kevin, nudge, nudge. I can try a thing. Okay, right. Let's try the Pacific first.
Ooh,
Okay.
look at that.
Let's see if it will appear. I think.
Yeah.
There it
that's-
is. There is
it
the
is.
shadow. So this is from NOAA's GOES West satellite in geostationary orbit. These are live views coming in. So it's like the previous 2 hours up to this point, and the oldest an image can be is 10 minutes old. And as you can see right there, this is the shadow of the moon starting to appear on the Earth's surface. And as the shadow approaches the US, we'll be able to zoom in on the US,
Lord.
and very, very helpfully, NOAA has added the path of totality here. And as we can see, across South Texas, it's a little bit cloudy and moving up. It's like the clouds could not follow this path any closer if they tried. It's literally following the path of totality exactly. It looks like there's a little break in the clouds here as we get towards the Dallas-Fort Worth area, but as we continue up, and it looks like, this is hilarious, no, not for the people there, but it is for me. The clouds appear to be covering Rochester, completely. Like they're only over Rochester, which is where Das, Alicia, and Ian are at the moment. So that's, I don't know. I find that kind of amusing, but that's the path of totality and how the clouds are currently stacking up across the US. I mean, like, look at this, all the way over here, nice clean skies, and it's cloudy there.
Yeah.
Poor Eclipse viewers.
Well, we still have a few more hours, like until they get some of the partial eclipse. Essentially, that smudge first. It is about 1 hour and 30 minutes or so, less than 30 minutes actually. Trying to calculate off the top of my head here, looking at the clock. 20 minutes, okay. 20 minutes and 1 hour. So there's time, and then the totality is not for another 3 hours or so. So there's enough, plenty of time. Yeah, Rochester. This is from New York. We'll get to that point. Let's see if the clouds clear in 3 hours.
That's kind of you'd say the benefit, maybe. It gives the clouds to English. It gives the clouds time to clear. It doesn't give the clouds to clear. I'm going to hit a bit more support here very quickly. Roger has gifted 5 Red Team memberships. Thank you very much for those. A big super chat here from Nils saying, that's 60 euros, saying, according to Google, the sun's only 120,000 lumens per square meter. So yes, as we were saying, with the eye protection, sun is a tad bright. Please wear eye protection. 9 has become a Red Team member. Chaos has become a Launch Director member. That's the second highest tier, so thank you very much for that. That is greatly appreciated. And E_T with the $5 super chat asking, will Jack be frying bacon on the Eclipse? That is a very interesting question. I'm not sure if he's had time to try and get a lens or something and try and focus the solar light on the ground to try and cook bacon.
The whole point of the eclipse is that. Ooh,
I can hear you, Jack.
Woo.
Jack, have you got a gizmo to fry bacon with the eclipse?
I do not have a gizmo to fry bacon with the Eclipse, but I do have a whole bunch of cameras. And I did get a bacon donut this morning. So, bacon has been accomplished one way or the other.
Oh, boy.
Brilliant.
The whole point of the eclipse is that the sun gets all hidden and occulted and everything. Like, you cannot cook bacon if you don't have the sun. How are you going to be cooking bacon? I mean, if the whole purpose of cooking the bacon is with the sun and the sun is going away, doesn't make sense.
But you can still cook it with a partial eclipse, and it's going to be partial for 90 minutes beforehand or 90 minutes after, so...
Okay.
Oh, looks like we've got some cloud rolling in.
Oh. This is from Jack's feed, right? Yeah. I have to look it up here on the side.
That's sunspot. Oh, is there another one? I think I've just spotted a second sunspot there.
Yeah.
Yeah. Sorry, everybody. I'm just having a bit of a stare here at the sun, which you should not do. I'm doing this to a screen. It's completely safe.
Yeah, if you look at your screen, that's okay. We have cameras with the solar filters and everything. It's good, but don't look directly. Even if you stack a bunch of sunglasses, that won't work. I've seen the memes and everything. I have social media. That doesn't work.
Beautiful views here coming in just before the eclipse starts. As I just pointed out just earlier, the shadow has started to hit the surface of the Earth. However, it is not visible yet in the continental United States.
What I will say though, since I know we have a little bit of an audience, maybe from South America, you'll probably get to start to see something at least in Mexico. So if you are there and you're watching, again, same rules apply, wear protection and everything, but you should start to see something at least of the sun being hidden by the moon already by now.
Just having a look through here for some questions very quickly. Alex, I'm not sure if you'll know the answer to this one. I have a feeling there is. But Brewster is asking, are there any upcoming total eclipses that will be visible from Alaska?
Oh boy. I don't know. See, yeah, I should have looked that up, but I can look it up in just a few minutes. If you give me the time, I can look it up. This is the magic of the internet, that you can sometimes look up those things.
And here is a very interesting question from Mike asking, will we see the ISS crossing the sun? I'm going to look at my map here. I don't think we'll see the ISS crossing the sun from Earth. It depends. You have to be positioned like directly in the right place. I don't believe we have any kind of cameras set up for that, but I am just looking. It does look like the ISS will go across the United States in about 40-50 minutes time. So that is something to look out for from the live cameras on board the International Space Station there. Yeah, it's just over Madagascar now, so you know you've got to get all the way around, back around the Earth. And this is a live view from San Diego in California. You can see the orientation is slightly different here. The sunspots have changed position, but those are even more visible now on this zoomed-in view, courtesy of time and date.
I've looked up these two questions. So about the Alaska eclipse, there's going to be one in 2033, March 30th, 2033. That'll be the next solar eclipse that could pass above Alaska. And also about the ISS orbit, right now it is over the Indian Ocean, sort of where Ship 28 met its demise. But then it'll go down and go over the Pacific, and then it'll actually overfly some portions of where the total solar eclipse will be in just 45 minutes or so. So it'll probably have a chance of overflying those locations that will be already in the eclipse path. So very neat. Maybe we'll see some pictures from the people out there in, you know, on the ISS, and we'll see. It's always very creepy, to me at least, how it looks like from space. Like when you show that satellite picture, sure, it looks like a shadow, right? But when you are close by, like the ISS, it just looks so, I don't know, terrifying.
Eerie.
These darkness on the ground, and you're so close to it. It's, I don't know. It's, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know how to say it, to be fair. It's already mind-blowing to imagine yourself being in space, you know, looking down on Earth. And now you look down on Earth, and there's this big circle that is essentially like darkness on it. It's, I don't know. I've seen those pictures, and they terrify me.
Yeah. It's just but I'm going to keep coming back to this idea, but imagine that you didn't know a total solar eclipse was coming and you were alive a few hundred years ago, and then suddenly everything just gets dark. I mean, that's scary if you don't understand what's happening. And then if you look up to see what's happening, you see the sun is now no longer there, and in its place is this kind of ring of faint light, assuming it's not cloudy. I mean, it'd be even like scarier if it was cloudy, because remember, if you are in the path of totality, even if it is clouded over, it will still go dark. It will still appear like it's becoming nighttime. It'll just be through the clouds instead. And if you have high cloud and not a lot of low cloud, there may even be the possibility that you'll be able to see the shadow approach you over the horizon, because of course the clouds will be higher up than you are, so you'll be able to see the shadow approaching before it actually covers you, which is something that I think would also be kind of equally as cool as seeing a total solar eclipse.
Yeah, that is, I don't know how people even got to like not go bonkers with this back in the day. Now that we know, of
I mean, they
course,
probably
all of
did.
the orbital mechanics. Yeah, they probably did, and they had all these weird rituals, I guess. But anyways, we also have these rituals, right? Because it's still like we do the live stream, we look up, we try to wear protection and everything, trying to enjoy the whole thing. Even though now we know what is going on and all of the overall mechanics and everything, is still cool because all of the things that change, and it doesn't happen that often. Like an eclipse in general does happen somewhat often. As you mentioned a while ago, it's like every 18 months or so, there's somewhere on Earth an eclipse, but the path of totality is not that big. It's about 200 kilometers for this one in particular, wide. Don't know how much that is in miles. I think it's probably 130, 140 miles wide, but it's not that big, right? So the places where you can actually see the sun being completely hidden from view, it's not that many places if you think about that, right? And so it's quite unique to be able to experience this. There was this thing on social media where they showed reservations for Airbnbs and things like that, and like how the eclipse, how people are essentially moving from other places of the United States just across that eclipse path. It's quite mind blowing, but it's completely normal. Like, we really want to see these things when they happen because it's very unique and rare.
Yeah.
Yeah, and as someone was saying, for most places, an eclipse is once in a lifetime. That is true. I think in Australia there are places like they get eclipses because it's a big
I mean,
country,
if your
obviously.
country is like the size of a
But
continent,
in the
seeing eclipses is going to be more often.
Exactly, but if you are in a single location, if you cannot move, for example, if it's more of a remote location and you cannot move as often, it's gonna be very complicated for you to see more than one eclipse in your lifetime. As I was saying, for example, we're gonna get even here in Spain, we're gonna get an eclipse in 2026 and then another in 2027, but they are not over the same locations. One is over the north, and then one is on the south. So if you're in the middle, you're never gonna see anything. And if you're only on one, you're gonna see only one. And then if you are on the path of the other, then you're only gonna see the other. You cannot see both unless you actually move around and do some, tourist movements and everything, like a lot of people in the United States have done. But that's why they're unique.
Hi, can you hear me?
Hi, Jack. Are you about to get a bit of a field report?
So I'm troubleshooting like a million different things right now, but I did manage to get my computer set up and the broadcast headset set up so you can hear me better. Yeah, there's a lot of people out here. Dr. Holly and I are at the Fort Worth Museum of Science and History, so thank you so much to them for hosting us. And, there's some fluffy clouds, but it looks like the high clouds, which is what I was most worried about, have cleared out. Knock on wood, don't want to jinx anything, but fingers crossed, we should have a really good view of totality if conditions hold like this, even if there's clouds, because they're fluffy clouds that are passing by rapidly. But thankfully, I am but one small molecule in the massive organism that is NSF, and we have, as you guys have said, feeds from all across the country. So even if we get clouded out here in Fort Worth, no worries. We should have some awesome views from Sean and Das and Alicia and everybody else that's rolled out and set up cameras. I'm going to go back to troubleshooting. I can hand my headset over to Dr. Holly, but in the meantime, I just want to impress on our viewers the insane fact that we are able to, should we so choose, alter our position in space and time so that the point on the surface of the sphere with which we exist coincides magically with the exact point where the moon perfectly occludes the sun. And it's not even, like, eclipses aren't a given. As time passes and the moon moves further away from the Earth, this will not be a phenomenon that lasts forever. So we not only can alter our own personal points in space and time and move to the exact point that we need to thanks to science, but it's only possible for, in a geological or solar system or universe timescale, less than a blink of an eye. So it's pretty cool. I think the TLDR is, this is pretty cool. I'm going to shut up now and get my camera recentered. But yeah, thanks everybody for watching. Thank you for all the support. And holy cow, let's do this.
There's in fact a comment from Multi-Space Industries, and I agree with them. They say, if we find aliens, they're gonna love our eclipses and visit the Earth en masse for it. It's true. Like, you look at other planets out there in the solar system, and it's so unique how our moon just completely passes in front of our sun, like 100% the size of the sun, instead of, either being too big, because there are other places where like the moon of that planet is just too big that you don't see the corona of the sun or anything like it. It just completely occludes the sun and completely covers it, but not just completely, but even more than that. And so you don't even see the corona, you don't see all of that. And then there are others, like for example on Mars with Deimos and Phobos, where the moon is just too small and it doesn't cover the entirety of the sun. And so we are living in a place where the moon can be exactly 1-to-1 with the size of the sun and completely covered, and you can see the corona and everything. And we hope to see that today here in just a few more hours as well. And man, I cannot wait to see that.
We have an excellent question here from New Normac asking, if I'm south of the equator, should my eye protection be worn upside down? I don't think so, because you'll be upside down. So I think that does the job for you, luckily enough. And also, RC Horseman, Jack was saying about support just a moment ago, $200 in terms of a tip at tips.nasaspaceflight.com.
Wow.
A more direct way to support us if you don't want to do it through YouTube. You can just go directly to tips.nasaspaceflight.com. That is a monumental amount of financial support. I'm lost for words always. These huge tips that we get, and RC Horseman is a very common name in chat. We see them in chat all the time. So thank you so much for that. As I was saying earlier, you know, sending people to every corner of the US and North America is not a cheap thing to do, and we can only do it because of your support. So thank you so much for that. It will go straight back into the coverage which you see before your very eyes right now. So thank you very much. Yeah, I don't know what else to say. An extra big thank you for that, because that's a huge amount of support. Agent Kerbal has become a PADRAP member. Thank you very much. Bob Fillmore has gifted 5 Red Team memberships, so hopefully everybody who received one of them, thank Bob in chat. And Sean with the $10 super chat saying, I just want to say thank you all because of your coverage of space-related events, you reignited my love for space. I have started collecting NASA and space-related objects again. Thank you. Well, Sean, you're very welcome. And thank you very much for the super chat. And yeah, oh, looks like someone's adjusting their settings. But yeah, you're very welcome, and thank you very much for the support. And yeah, and I do want to say, everybody who's watching, just watching, doing nothing else, just watching and hanging out in chat, we are so grateful for all of you as well, because without you, we wouldn't have anyone to talk to. Of course, we want to give an extra special thanks to everyone who is able to support us financially, but we understand not everyone is able to do that, and we are equally. We are also grateful for all of the people who are just coming in to hang out. And I believe that we have a certain Ian Atkinson in the field.
Yeah, hello, Ryan. I'm out here in Rochester, New York. There is not a star in the sky, I guess you could say. It is completely clouded over, no sign of the sun. So not looking great right now, but we do have about 2.5 hours, so I guess more specifically about 1 hour and 40-ish minutes or so until totality out here. So kind of crossing my fingers and seeing what happens weather-wise. But we've got a few cameras set up out here. We have 2 telescopes. We have mine as well as the Rochester Museum and Science Center's telescope, and a few cameras from DOS here. So if we do get a glimpse of totality, we are going to have quite a bit of coverage for you out here. But until these clouds clear up, not looking the best out here in Rochester. Glad we have all these other feeds around the country, though. It's a great webcast going on here, and we're going to be excited either way to see what happens from this eclipse today.
Yeah, and so if I'm correct in saying are you on the roof with Das and Alicia? What's going on? Because I know you, Das and Alicia, are in Rochester, but are you all together right now, or what's kind of the plan for you three at the moment?
Yeah, yep.
We are indeed. Hello.
We
hello.
are.
Oh, hello.
Ooh,
we are
I hear
all
it,
up.
Alicia.
Hello, Alicia.
Okay.
Oh, I
Yeah,
think.
you there?
Yeah, I think Alicia's cutting out there. But yeah, it's me,
Yeah.
Dawson, Alicia up here on the roof. Dawson has got a whole set going here with several cameras, nice big table of stuff. I got my 2 telescopes up here, so it's really nice. We got a nice big crowd coming out here in Rochester at the museum. They're having a nice big festival, playing some music. They had a live band earlier, which is going to be back later. So a lot of good stuff happening out here. Great to see people interested in the eclipse, even when the weather's not as good as it could be. It's great to see people coming out for a big event like this out here. So, I mean, either way, I'm really excited to be out here. Got a few friends out here with me, and yeah, it's a fun day either way.
Mm-hmm. And in terms of what your actual setup is. I know you are a bit of a telescope nerd, so if you wouldn't mind just going through and telling us what you've got. What's the setup? What's the crib looking like for Rochester's attempt at viewing the total solar eclipse?
Yeah, so I'm going to avoid going into the super telescope nerd specs, but if anyone wants to know what I'm rocking, you can't see my view right now because it is, again, cloudy, but what I am trying to get here is I have a 102 millimeter refractor telescope. It's basically a 4-inch aperture. I got that on my equatorial mount here. This is specifically an EQ6R Pro. All this is hooked up to a battery pack. I am trying to capture things with Fire Capture, which is a software program. And my camera is an ASI 294 MC Pro. So this is really what I do primarily for my nighttime astrophotography. I'm just trying it out for the first time, really, for daytime sun astrophotography. If you want to become a member of the NASA Spaceflight YouTube channel, you can get an entire behind-the-scenes tour that I did yesterday of my entire setup, going very in-depth to show what I am rocking today. Hopefully we can get some views from it again, but again, crossing our fingers, weather willing, something happens out here today in Rochester.
Sounds good, Ian. And as you can see here, with this NASA feed, partial eclipse has officially begun. That is the moon covering a bit of the sun as seen from Mexico.
Yeah.
Very, very exciting.
As I was saying before, of course, Mexico gets it first, and then it hops onto the United States. I believe you have your map there of the totality and everything. Maybe we can have a side-by-side kind of thing of the places. Maybe we can have a side-by-side. Or maybe not. I'm trying to see.
I'll just wait for Kevin to catch up. It's fine. Oh, there we go. There we go. Ta-da! You can see the shadow moving across. So that obviously visible in Mexico up there. You can see how the partial shadow is now visible as it starts to move across the Pacific Ocean and up towards the continental United States. So yeah, shadow is moving. And in terms of the rest of the US,
you can already see some of it. Look at that. Look at the top,
just
at the bottom left.
little shadow there.
Yeah.
Very cool. Very cool. Very cool.
From Mexico. There you go.
Yeah.
And in about, I believe, in about 10 minutes, it should start to be seen from Starbase. But I don't think the cameras there are ready for seeing the sun. It's also cloudy. So, another 10 minutes after that, we're going to have to see, we're going to have to start seeing something at least from Fort Worth, where Jag is.
I think the weather might have gotten worse.
I don't think we're going to see the sun from Starbase, though. But there you can see some of the times, if it wasn't cloudy, we will have some of that moon a little bit going in front of the sun already in about 2 minutes from now from Starbase. Sadly, it is cloudy. So, well, Starbase will not be a location, at least for now. But we have many other locations.
I do wonder if the light level will be
bingo.
visibly dropping, though.
Yeah. It will probably get, so it's 87%, so it'll probably get decently dark. It's probably like, but it's not going to get completely dark. And there you can see from the Kennedy Space Center, we have heard that there's also clouds, but so far the sun is pulling through those clouds and trying to squeeze some of its light.
Yeah,
so
I mean, we can see it right now, so.
Exactly. Yeah, that's why we can see it. That's why I was saying that, it's cloudy at Starbase. It's less cloudy at the Kennedy Space Center, but still cloudy. So if you see some the sun going in and out on these feeds, and that's why.
Alex, whilst we're looking at the sun, as we will be doing all day, I have a bit of a physics question here for you from Tony, asking, can you talk about the corona and its physics? For example, why it is massively hotter than the surface. And for those of you who don't know, the corona is essentially the sun's atmosphere.
There's so many things that one can talk about the corona and the whole process. So you essentially have a big ball of plasma that is the sun, but the sun doesn't finish like at an exact location. There's things that go on after you reach. Essentially, what you see is it's called the photosphere. That is essentially the outer layers of that ball of plasma. But then there's a whole magnetic field that surrounds the sun, and this magnetic field is very strong and it extends for many millions of kilometers. But the closer portions of it, you can you can essentially get some of these filaments of plasma and things like that. The thing with the corona, you get all of these more rarefied gas. It's still a plasma, but it's more rarefied. It's not as dense as, you know, the photosphere and everything. That you can see some of that detail on the sun as well. On
my days, that
those
is
filaments.
insane detail.
Yeah, and so all of that is just the lines of the magnetic field of the sun, essentially just pulling through and warping all of that plasma from the photosphere, and, you know, warping it out from the outside. And the corona just extends, I believe, up to 1 million kilometers out from the photosphere. So it's a big chunk of the sun, essentially, the extension of the corona. And you can see all of these swirls and everything. And one of the things that, you know, the question about why is it so hotter, there are theories, and we think they are probably in the correct path, but they don't explain the whole thing. We're still, you know, trying to look into what is all of the, and I just activated my Siri for whatever reason. But that's essentially a common theory that is essentially when you have all of these filaments and everything going out, they break out, and when they break out, they excite all of the gas that surrounds the sun, and that's where you see all of the more rarefied plasma. And we think, at least from that theory, that that's essentially where it gets all of that heating. The heating is just a way of measuring how fast all of the molecules and all of the, in that case, it will be all the ions and everything move. And so the faster they move and the more kinetic energy they have, the more temperature and more hot they are. So that's why we think the corona is that hot, because all of the particles there are just moving much faster because of all those magnetic fields being, you know, ripped out and everything. That's essentially the leading theory, and explained very, very, very simplistically. Like it's a very simple way of explaining it. It's not, you know, a paper or anything. Yeah, and so there you can see, you know, time for the partial eclipse at Starbase. We cannot see anything. That is essentially the sun across all that mess of clouds and everything that is going on there. And
Yeah.
man, yeah.
The weather is certainly suboptimal in South Texas for the eclipse today.
We shall see in about 10 minutes though in Fort Worth. So we'll keep an eye on that one. As we were saying before, and as you were showing on your map, it'll go from the southwest all the way to the northeast. So obviously Starbase is one of the first locations that gets that eclipse, but as it goes north, we're gonna get Fort Worth and Dallas and all these other locations more central to the United to Texas. This is from Georgetown in Texas, also with clouds, but hopefully they can see some stuff as well. This is the next location. That should be in 5 minutes. Long time until the totality, so at least.
Stay tuned, everybody, because partial eclipse is not what we've come for here today. It's very cool if you get to see it, but total solar eclipse is the title, which is what we want to see. And this, again, very, very detailed shot here from NASA, zooming all the way into the sun's surface. It's just, I mean, it's kind of mind-boggling to be able to see these views, you know, just from the Earth's surface. It is so much intricate detail there.
Like a hydrogen alpha filter kind of thing. I believe it is that kind of filter that lets you see the sun in such detail. Ooh.
And there is a concert in Texas, an eclipse concert, which is going on right now. Looks like they're having a fun time.
Gotta celebrate.
I don't know why they're not looking at the sun though. Oh, it's because they haven't got eye protection on. That's why they can't look at the sun. So where the concert is happening, we'll see totality for about 3 minutes. They are definitely having a nice time there, playing on their musical instruments.
Good afternoon.
I hope they'll stop to look at the sun.
Who's that?
Yeah, this is Dr. Holly in Fort Worth with Jack,
Woo!
waiting for the eclipse to start. And
How's
I brought along a little science experiment that measures some of the things we did with the Starbase science fair that DOS hooked us into, and I'll be using some electronic data collection equipment, and we'll show you what the results are as we move forward. But I do want to thank the Fort Worth Museum of Science and History. I've been a member for many years, and they also support National Chemistry Week in the fall, and I always have students here that perform for that as well. So this is just a really cool place, and they've supported us with electricity and location, and we're getting a lot of attention from some of the people who are here to watch the eclipse, and we've actually done a couple of interviews for other news sources. So I'm just hanging out waiting for the eclipse to actually start so that I can go ahead and start the experiment. It's gonna run the length of the eclipse, and I want to make sure my iPad stays awake long enough. The sensors that I'm going to use communicate by Bluetooth, and the iPad will record all the data. This is equipment like we use at school all the time. I teach at Hebron High School. Shout out to the Hebron Hawks. Hawk Pride never dies. In Lewis, that's a Louisville ISD school, and every junior and high school student has an iPad checked out to them. So when we do lab, all I have to have is the sensors, and then the students have the actual data collection devices, and they can take it with them after lab.
That
So,
sounds
just-
really cool.
It is. The kids are far more technologically literate than I am, but I figured it all out.
What's the atmosphere like? You were just saying there that there's a lot of people showing up. What is the general atmosphere like? I can imagine people are pretty excited.
Yeah, for the most part, let me turn around. For the most part, they seem to be comparing, do they have their glasses or not, waiting for the sun to come back out from the clouds. There's little kids. There's all ages here on the lawn and on the steps. I know they've got some indoor activities inside the museum. And I'm sure that since we're supposed to start, it actually starts at 12:22 here. I'm sure as that gets going, we'll pick up we may pick up some late lunch crowd people because my school is still in session today. Although they are all getting safety those eclipse glasses so they can all go outside at 1:30 and hopefully not wreck their eyesight and watch the eclipse. But Friday we built pinhole cameras with all the physics students that I teach, so they've got a backup in case they don't have their glasses. But yeah, everybody's just kind of anticipating. It'll be interesting to see what happens when it actually does start to get dark. So that's where it is here.
Yeah. And as you can see on your screen there right now, on the right is NASA's view from Mexico, where the partial eclipse has already started, and on the left is Jack's live view from Fort Worth in Texas, where partiality should be starting in not too long from now. So
about 4 minutes, less than 4 minutes actually.
Fingers crossed the clouds stay clear there. Yeah, it's looking good though. Very pretty views here. I wonder if the cloud, yeah, looks like cloud is even getting in the way in Mexico there for NASA's feed as the moon starts to cover the sun.
Even in Mexico. I guess, the theme of today's eclipse is going to be a lot of people yell at clouds.
Yes. That is something that might be happening. Dr. Holly, we're going to let you get back to actually view the start of partiality there in Fort Worth, which is in just a few minutes' time now. Counting down the seconds in Texas.
Oh, that's fine. I don't yell at the clouds because it makes it a little cooler here for a few minutes, but we're going to be up in the mid-80s before we're done.
Hopefully the clouds stay out of your way as much as possible. Obviously the weather has not been on our side so far, but it's hopefully it starts to clear up. Fingers crossed.
Yeah, that's really what I'm hoping for, but I won't I will not shout at the clouds. Let's put it that way.
Maybe it'll just be Jack shouting at the clouds.
I have no doubt.
So we have Jack and Dr. Holly in Fort Worth, but up in the northeast of the country, up in Rochester in New York, we have Ian, who was talking to us earlier, we have Alicia, and we have Das. How are you doing, Das?
New York right now.
Hello, everyone.
It's me. Alicia's here too.
You can finally hear us now. Welcome.
Now, I've come all the way here to this other state to see the bottom of some clouds, it sounds like.
For now.
Yeah.
We're hoping it'll clear up.
We still have some time. It was beautiful yesterday.
It was perfectly
so
clear, just not a cloud in the sky, and yeah, we woke up to a blanket. But yeah, we're hoping we have a couple hours still. It might still clear up.
Blow away, burn off, one way or the other. We had it coming through the clouds for a little while, and the clouds were acting as like a natural filter for us, so we could still see the disk of the sun. But right now, the only views we have are full visual. We had to take the filters off the telescopes so that we could see the clouds. But still a couple hours to go here.
Yeah. Our fingers are crossed. Our fingers are crossed. It's all good. We're here though at the Rochester Museum and Science Center. They're doing some great festival stuff here. They've got exhibitors in their main building. They've got space companies, Lego companies, all kinds of really cool stuff. Down there, you can see they've got the L3 Harris stage set up. We've got some also some bands here as well. People are starting to come out and set up their picnic blankets and whatnot. They've got a lunar lander over there that they've set up actually, and these great like 8-foot size, 6-foot size. Glasses.
Dishes.
Yeah,
glasses to look through.
That you can actually see. They have solar filters in the lenses, and you can stand behind them. It's great for accessibility, and you can just look up and see whatever you can see, of course. But right down there. Yeah. It's really, really amazing. So they've put a lot of planning into this. Maybe if we can find the Eclipse coordinator here, Dan, if we can grab him for on air for later, he can talk a little bit more about it. But yeah, there's wonderful events going on here, and of course places across the country. And as you all know, I do call home base the Intrepid Museum in New York, so I would be remiss if I didn't give a quick shout out to the Intrepid Museum, guys.
The lunar lander.
Hold on, I got to talk about the Intrepid.
It was totally zoomed in.
No one wants to see that. We have from 2 to 4 o'clock at the Intrepid Museum in New York City. They are also doing some events out on the flight deck, so you can see it from New York City. And they're also giving out Eclipse glasses. Shout out to the Intrepid, everyone. I have to do this. I don't have to do this. I want to do this.
Just go to another museum and then shouts out her museum. Like, seriously?
Well, you guys know me.
I guess that's
But thank you again to the Rochester Museum and Science Center. We are actually on the roof of their planetarium right now, which alone is really amazing that they even let us come up here. So it's a great view. We're happy to be bringing in whatever we can bring you from up here, but
we'll see what it is. Thanks for coming along with the camera rides there. We just have a camera on a tripod and we're like waving it around like it's But anyways, that's the current status out here. It looked great this morning. It looked like it might be clear. Sort of like mid-level clouds. There's not a lot of low clouds, but maybe they'll blow away, maybe they'll burn out. Yeah, we're hoping for holes, but one way or the other, we'll be here and we're having a good old time in Rochester, New York. What do we say, like back to you? Back to you, Ryan.
Back to you.
Thanks very much, Das. Looks like you're having a fun time, even if the clouds are suboptimal, as I keep calling them. Yeah. So this is a live view from San Diego in California, from time and date. You can see the moon there, starting to eat away, shall I say, at the sun. And partiality should now have just begun in Fort Worth, where Jack and Dr. Holly are.
I'm starting to see it on our feeds, but let's see if we can pull it up.
To ever so slightly creep across the disk of the sun, shall I say?
Yeah. Starting to bite a little bit into. There you have it. That is from Jack's feed. That is the moon already starting to cover just a tiny bit of the sun. It'll get there to full totality in about 1 hour and 20 minutes. I believe the clock is on EDT, but the times are in local time, so you should account for that to be 1 hour off. So 1 hour and 20 minutes.
over the last few minutes, whilst we've been going live to Fort Worth and Rochester, we've got a lot of support, so I'll just go through that very quickly. Thank you very much,
Hey, Ryan.
Cake Invasion.
Hello
again.
Before you start support, sorry, I just wanted to say hi. We can see the moon starting to occlude the sun. We have first contact here in Fort Worth. The sky is cooperating. I don't even know how to words, but thank you. Yeah, yes. All right, bye.
Chris P has gifted a insane number of Red Team memberships. 100 Red Team memberships gifted to people who just watch the stream. It's algorithmically calculated who gets the gifted memberships from YouTube. It goes to the people with the highest watch time, but that is 2x 50 Red Team memberships, 100 Red Team memberships. That's a lot of support. Thank you very much for that. And as a bonus, not only do NSF get the financial support, but 100 people now have access to the Red Team membership program who wouldn't have been able to access it before. So thank you very much, Chris P. Not only on behalf of NSF, but also on behalf of the 100 people who now just got access to like a bunch of Starbase photos that you can only see if you're a member of the channel. We have Philip here saying thanks for the gift. You're very welcome. I'm not sure who gifted your one, but you're very welcome. £5 one from Rage here saying this live stream is my monthly dose of vitamin D. That's funny. You're very welcome there. And ET again with a $5 super chat. Thanks very much for that. Woof has become a Capcom member. You now get access to the member Discord. Bob Fillmore is back, gifting more Red Team memberships, 5 Red Team memberships.
Look at that! Finally,
and we can start
Eclipse,
to see
somewhat
the partial
from
eclipse
Starbase.
starting.
Yeah, that is from Starbase. This is from our camera, one of our cameras there at Starbase. Finally, seeing some of that eclipse, but you know the clouds are in the way, so that's why you don't see a lot of the details that you see from Jack's camera. Also, Jack's camera is a lot better, to be fair.
And here back in Fort Worth.
Someone saying, don't look directly at your screen.
Yeah.
You can look at your screen. Don't worry.
It's fine.
We have
Cake Invasion with the $2 Canadian. Thanks very much. And Dario with 20 Red Team memberships being gifted. Another big amount. Thank you very much for that. And we have I'd rather be flying an X-Wing with a $20 tip. Stubby Bad, West Coast, Enterprise Discovery, Meatball Hopper, round 1, ready, fight. I'm sure you've probably just annoyed like pretty much everyone because I can see some conflicting things there because the East Coast is obviously the West Coast and Stubby is bad. So I half agree with you there. But thanks very much for the support through tips.nasaspaceflight.com as the eclipse starts in Fort Worth and also in Mexico here.
Yeah, that is Mexico.
Looking cool.
Someone's saying that it looks like Pac-Man. But yeah, if you have any questions or any other kinds of things that you want to ask, always tag at NASASpaceflight in chat. And we have our own software that can grab all of those questions.
And here we can see in San Diego as well.
They have a better camera here. You can see more of the sunspots.
I think,
but they have more budget. I think.
Kevin, this may annoy you because I'm going to keep asking you to take me full screen. But we can see the shadow from geostationary Earth orbit now covering a significant portion of the Earth as it rises out of the sunrise, the edge of the Earth, over the Pacific Ocean. And totality is fast approaching. The ground speed is approximately Mach 2. Of course, the shadow isn't actually, you know, moving at Mach 2. But it is going. That's the. If it was going Mach 2, that's the speed it would be going. So you can, you know, kind of imagine that in your head. But it is moving across the Earth's surface very quickly now over the last couple of hours. approaching Mexico very shortly. Of course, our first camera view from one of NSF's cameras will be from Starbase. That won't see totality, but that will be the first one to see like a maximum eclipse. Our first one to see totality will be Fort Worth, and of course our partners. For example, we've been showing NASA's feed from Mexico. That will show the totality first because that's where the path of totality is. Some more questions here. Thomas Harper, Alex, this is a good one for you, asking, how big are the sunspots? About an Earth big, question mark?
They are probably, maybe the few ones are there on the bottom, might be a little bit smaller, Earth size essentially. And then the other one is probably larger. I don't really know exactly how big though, so I wouldn't be able to tell you with precision, but normally these kind of sunspots are rather Earth size kind of thing, yeah. It is a big ball of plasma essentially. The funny thing of those sunspots is that that's essentially, oh, that's
this
interesting.
is very zoomed in.
Close up, yeah, but with clouds. It's also zooming on the clouds because you can see the clouds just passing by. But yeah, one of the things of the sunspots is that it's not like there's darkness on the sun, it's just that they are less bright, and so that's why they look darker. Oh, that's much clearer now from Starbase.
So
that's
the clouds appear to have thinned, which is allowing us to get a much clearer view here of the partial eclipse from Starbase, Texas. You can see
come on, SpaceX,
clouds
test
there.
Starship now.
You can
can do it.
You can see the clouds are kind of making the brightness peak a little bit there.
Yeah.
It's very interesting. Beautiful shot. Looks a bit like scrambled egg. Let's have a look through here. Westy the Third is asking, do you know when we might get to see a total eclipse in the UK and Europe? Well, Alex, Europe, we were just discussing a moment ago, that is going to be 26 and 27. But do you know specifically about the UK?
The UK, I don't really know. This is pretty much like before. I will have to look it up. Yeah, over the UK. There you go. It's Google sometimes is your friend, but essentially, a quick look says 2081, which is not good.
I hope
for
I'm
the
still alive by
totality.
then.
You will be able to see like the 2026 and 2027. Technically, I guess the 2027 is over the UK. It's just over Gibraltar. So, like, yeah, a lot of people will have to move from the UK to just a tiny bit of rock at the bottom of the Iberian Peninsula to be able to see totality within the UK. But yeah, you could have the 2027 eclipse as being over the UK if you please. But from the I guess the main islands and everything, that's gonna be a long time from now, decades, essentially.
Yeah.
But you will still be able to see partial eclipse from for those two, not only for those two, but also for today's eclipse. If you live in the west, sort of west and north of the British Isles, also Ireland and everything. If you are in those locations, you'll be able to see some partial eclipse. Probably more or less what you see there on screen right now. That's probably more or less what you'll see in terms of how much of the sun will be occluded by the moon.
And even today's eclipse is visible from the UK, very north parts of the UK in Northern Ireland and Scotland. But, weather, one needs to cooperate, and two, you need to be quite high up because it's hilly there. Let's have a look in here for some more questions, such as...
While you look, I just discovered iPads can overheat. That's okay. I mean, that's mostly for DOS because he didn't want us to use electronics and that's one of the reasons we. But yeah, I've got it collecting data, so we'll see what happens.
Sounds good. That is the voice of Dr. Holly in Fort Worth, for those of you just joining us.
Okay.
And this view from Mexico now, courtesy of NASA. The moon fast approaching this Alex, this must be more than 50%, right? This must be more than 50%.
It kind of looks about 50, 60%, yeah.
Okay.
In Mazatlan.
Thanks for the Spanish pronunciation.
Technically, it will also be Mazatlan, maybe with a South American accent. But then you can see from Fort Worth, from Jack's feed, from where Dr. Holly is also located. I don't know if she's also like she's still in comms or something, but you know, we have people in the field.
I'm here if you got
PC. Go ahead.
I'm here if you have questions. I'm here if you have questions.
Oh, there you go. So then if we have any questions from at NASASpaceflight in chat, then we can throw some of them to you.
Yeah, keep them to the science questions.
Exactly. Yeah, we're not going to ask you about bacon, but I'm mostly sure that's going to be a Jack question.
Thank you.
Yeah, we have people all over the field in multiple locations. They are busy, you know, with the cameras and trying to dodge the clouds. So sometimes here and there, we're gonna have them on commentary. But yeah, we're holding the fort.
I can confirm. I was looking at the data, and I can confirm that we are not pegged out on the illuminance meter anymore. So it's getting a little bit darker here.
Hopefully the clouds stay as far as we're. I'm trying to talk, but it's just not working. Hopefully the clouds stay away. That's all I'm going to say. Hopefully the clouds do stay away. I don't be able to seem to form a sentence longer than that.
So far, so good.
Okay. And this is from Starbase here. It looks like the clouds might be getting a little bit thicker now. You can see the sun is a little fuzzy. It's getting a little bit more dark now. But still a very nice view here from Starbase, which of course also saw a partial eclipse last year during the annular eclipse, which went across the United States. And Alex, this is a question that may take a little bit of answering, but I'll put it to you anyway. Why are some eclipses annular eclipses? Why are some eclipses total eclipses? And also, why do we not get an eclipse every time the moon goes around the Earth? Because the moon orbits the Earth once every 28 days.
You know, I know the answer, but I want to know what Holly, like, this sounds like a proper kind of teacher scientist question. I don't know if she wants to answer that one. Because she said she was available, so.
Yeah, one of the reasons that we don't always get this occultation is because we're not exactly in the same orbital plane. So that's the main thing. Plus, there's just a lot of things that have to line up that don't usually. It's way easier to see lunar eclipses than it is solar eclipses, and they're just not as much fun, I guess. I don't know. They're not as exciting.
Yeah, and
add in what you want, Alex.
Yeah, I was also gonna add, you know, they were asking also like, why are there some eclipses that don't cover exactly the sun? Like for example, in October we had, and we also covered the annular eclipse of the sun in October 2023, and that essentially is because the sun, the orbit of the moon around the Earth is not circular. So it's like an ellipse, and so sometimes it is closer to the Earth, sometimes it's farther away. And as you were mentioning, Dr. Holly, and like, you know, she was saying, the alignments need to be perfect, and so sometimes it happens that the alignment occurs when the when the distance of the moon to the Earth is the farthest away or close to the farthest point, essentially the apogee. And so what happens is that the moon is smaller than the sun, and so you get an annular eclipse. But sometimes it occurs that it is in those places of the orbit of the moon where it's closer to the Earth, and so you get a total solar eclipse. So like today. So that's what we're gonna see here on over a lot of portions of the United States, Mexico, like this feed right now from NASA. We're seeing there, probably more than 50% of the sun already hidden by the moon. One of the sunspots is already gone from view.
Yeah, you can only see that little sister sunspot there on the surface of the sun. And I do just want to hit this very quickly from Russell Snodgrass. Again, a name we always see in chat, and a name which is always gifting like incredibly substantial numbers of support here, such as this $100 super chat. Russell, thank you so much. As I was saying earlier, like you said in your message, our coverage today, it is totally bonkies. We have sent people across the United States. We are ingesting feed from our partners, from Office Hours, from Time and Date, who are also across the United States and Canada, and NASA, who are in Mexico. We have 42 individual feeds coming in today, which is more than we had for Starship Flight 3. So the amount of coverage that we have today is absolutely incredible, and that is only possible down to the support of everybody who has ever been able to financially support us, and also everybody who isn't able to, but is just hanging out in chat. If you weren't hanging out in chat and just watching the stream, we'd have nobody to talk to, and we'd look a bit silly because we'd just be talking to ourselves. But because all of you fellow nerds are joining us for today's stream, we have some people to talk to about this very, very cool eclipse, such as this view right now from North Little Rock in Arkansas as the moon now starts to cover the sun. And right now, we have a view from the International Space Station. There is the sun. The ISS currently approaching the coast of California, coming in from the Pacific.
Yep.
It'll be overhead the US. I'd say probably in about 5 minutes' time. This view, obviously looking the other direction, is looking up into space, back at the sun there, which is a very cool view. Obviously, our advice is do not point your phone camera at the sun for an extended period of time. NASA, however, seem to be doing that anyway. I'm sure their optics are on the International Space Station have been kind of armored, shall I say, for the radiation of space, because camera sensors do get absolutely battered in space, to put it scientifically, shall I say. We also have some more support coming in here. Wilbo, again, a very common name, with 5 Red Team memberships being gifted. Thank you very much for that, Wilbo. It is greatly appreciated. Blind, with a $10 super chat, saying, I missed the eclipse in 2017. I wasn't about to miss this one too. And yeah, North America has been relatively lucky over the last few years, because you had the total solar eclipse in 2018, you had the annular eclipse in 2023, and now you have another total eclipse in 2024. So you've gotten pretty lucky, and it's Europe's turn. And as we were previously discussing, in 2026 and 27, it will be Europe's turn for the next 2 total solar eclipses. I believe there's also another annular this year, but that will only be visible over the Pacific and South America. So technically, if you count Hawaii, a part of the United States will get 2 partial eclipses this year, but only 1 total solar eclipse. And the sun is now just approaching, the moon is just covering the sun here, further northeast in the country.
Yeah, this is from Missouri. I don't know how to pronounce the location though. Barfortville. It's a bit more complicated for me to pronounce that one. But yeah.
Still looking good nonetheless. Let's have a look through.
Eating away some of the sun. The big dragon is eating the sun.
if you want. It's pronounced Burfordville.
Oh, there we go. See, an actual American.
And it's in Missouri.
Yep.
Thank you very much, Dr. Holly.
Anytime.
This is from Allen, Texas.
We're seeing here from Arkansas as the eclipse approaches.
Oh, this is Texas.
Is it?
Oh, hang on. Why is one thing saying Arkansas and then the other one saying Allen, Texas? Heaven.
We've just been told in our ears that that's a very good question, so we'll see about resolving that.
That's a very good
ladies and
question.
gents.
Yes, yes. Because one part says North Little Rock, Arkansas, and then the other one says Allen, Texas. So obviously the overlays somehow they're not working. But this is definitely Fort Worth.
Yeah.
This is from Jack's feed. Starting to get a lot more. We should get 50% in about 20 minutes from now.
Yeah, we're about a quarter of the way through the start of the eclipse, the first half of the eclipse. So only about an eighth of the way through the eclipse right now in Fort Worth in Texas. But weather looks to be cooperating, which is exciting.
Yeah, the ISS now flying more or less over the northwest portions of the United States. By the way, I'm keeping track of where they are just to see if we can see something from their views and alert the people that are managing the stream.
Yeah. In 90 minutes time, the ISS should be at roughly the same latitude. However, it will be further east in longitude, which means that right now we're looking down at roughly the Oregon, Washington area, moving up into Montana. However, later on in the day, in about 90 minutes time, we'll be further east. We'll be over, say, kind of the Minnesota area where a partial eclipse will be visible. Alex, I've been told to ask you a question, and I can't think of one currently. So can you talk about something interesting to do with this view from the ISS? I apologize. I need a drink.
I'm seeing a lot of snow, a lot of different clouds and everything. It's a very pretty view. Hopefully we see in some of these views at least some of the shadow from the moon on Earth. But it's a very interesting view. This is live from the ISS. And I don't know, it's neat. It's currently, I think it's already hopping to Canada now, which is, as you were saying, in about 90 minutes, it's going to be over a very similar portion, but then it'll switch to being more to the east. And now the feed just went out. That's because of the sun going away. But yeah, here from Starbase, a bigger chunk of the sun is going away. That 50% occultation coming up in just less than 10 minutes from now. That 50% is actually 50%. I took the liberty yesterday because I found out there's this place from NASA's website where they actually have all of the different phases of the eclipse and everything, and when they happen and everything. There are portions of outside of the total of totality where they get 50% occultation, but that's essentially 50% out of whatever. This is actual 50%. I took the time yesterday to do that math, and now we're back on Arkansas with the overlay saying Allen, Texas. Don't pay attention to that. This is Arkansas from North Little Rock. But yeah, for Starbase and Fort Worth and Rochester, I actually took the time yesterday to search the exact locations, the exact cameras, the exact moments when all of these things happened, because the NASA website didn't have that. So there you go. When it says 50% occultation, it is actually 50% of the sun disk being covered by the moon. Whereas I think on the NASA side, it said something like it is when it is the half of the maximum, which sure, for when it is totality, it is 50%. But if you have, for example, here, 87.8% is the maximum, then that'll be 40 something percent. So not 50. But here you can see now from Fort Worth, Jack's feed, from Dr. Holly out there as well. We're very,
I could
very
see some
close.
clouds there just drifting across the frame, making me a little nervous, but they seem to have disappeared. The previous shot we had from Starbase, it looked like that was almost halfway there. Of course, Starbase only going to be seeing about 87% occlusion, as it's called.
Yeah.
There we go. So it looks like it's about halfway there for the partial eclipse that we'll be seeing from Starbase. And as we get into the maximum eclipse from Starbase, you'll actually start to see the moon appear relative to the sun to change direction, because obviously the sun is moving relative to Earth because of Earth's rotation. The sun appears to be moving one way, the moon appears to be moving the other way. That's why it appears that the moon will be covering the sun from our viewpoint here on Earth. And because of Earth's rotation, it'll look like the moon will approach the sun from one direction and then turn and leave the sun in another direction, which will be very fascinating to see here. It'll do like a 90-degree turn, or at least it'll look like it'll do that. It won't actually do a 90-degree turn. It's just because the Earth spins.
Yeah. And I don't know if we can switch to... Okay, well, we're back to NASA's feed from Mexico here.
We're getting very close in Mexico.
Very, very
first
close.
Sight of totality.
It's like a little bit of melon there that you can see of the sun. Very, very small portion now. I don't know if we may be able to switch to KSC for just a minute. We're starting to see already the moon. There you go. That's our camera from the Kennedy Space Center in Florida. The moon is already starting to get in front of the sun from out there. This camera was looking at our rocket just yesterday for what it's worth.
Yeah, this exact camera was looking at Launch Complex 39A just a few hours ago. And now, thanks to Julia, she went to the hut, put a solar filter on this camera, and now we can look at the sun. It's looking good. I'm getting excited now. I'm getting very excited.
I mean, it is, it is a robotic camera and things like that. We usually use that for things like this. This is one of its siblings, I guess, out there. We have 3 cameras there at the Kennedy Space Center. So one of them, we took it and put a solar filter on it, and we're looking at the sun on that other camera. But this is what you will see if you don't have that solar filter. Then you will see the price side, and this is from Fort Worth, from Jack's camera. Is that the sun?
Is that the cloud? Boo.
Yes, and my experiment is measuring every single one of them.
That is awesome.
Yeah, and when we're completely done, I'll make sure to tweet out the results.
Yeah, I'm very interested to see that, because I believe at McGregor as well, where SpaceX's engine test site is, we have a weather station as well, which has a graph. So it's very cool to see all of that. And NASA has been calling this as well for like citizen science projects, right? NASA wants people to observe the changes in temperature, the changes in brightness, the kind of the impacts this will have on the wildlife, because all of the birds will think that it's bedtime because it will go dark. That's what is meant to happen when things go dark. You're meant to go to bed, except it's going to get bright again about 3 minutes later.
Yes, in 2017, I did participate in their citizen science experiment with temperature. So,
very cool.
Someplace I still have that graph on my phone. I'll see if I can find it, and I'll put it up there so you can see what happened in St. Joseph, Missouri back in 2017.
Thank you very much, Dr. Holly. As we can now see, this is from Missouri, I believe, in the place Alex can't pronounce.
Burford Bill.
And apparently, the other end of the country, in Rochester, New York, it's getting busy, as you can see there. Many, many people starting to arrive. However, the clouds are not in the same mood. They have appeared to not changed whatsoever, and it's still very much clouded out. However, we can see what should be the sun. It isn't the sun. Well, it is the sun, but it's through the clouds. So at least the camera is pointing in the right direction. And, even though it is clouded over in Rochester, this is obviously not what people went to Rochester to see, right? Let's be honest. This is not what they went there to see. However, a total solar eclipse under cloud, it's still going to get dark and it's still going to feel insane. It is still going to be a magical experience for everybody on the ground there, cloudy or not. But hopefully the clouds do clear up. I don't think Ian with his telescopes are going to be too happy about me saying that it still looks cool with the cloud. But it still does look cool in the cloud, let's be honest. And Alex, I can see what you were saying to there. And Daniel B, one of our SBL operators, Starbase Live operators, and electrical wizard, should I say? I don't know. Helps out with the electrics at Starbase, has just posted a graph in the back channel saying that the solar panels at our river site, its power yield has actually started to go down because the sun is being covered by the moon. You can see here it's about half of the way across. It's only going to be covering 87% of the sun's disk here in Starbase from this perspective, but we can already see in terms of electricity generation on our solar panels that the sun has been half occluded, which is kind of insane. Of course, this is something you'd think is, there you go, you can see the line starting to go down there. You can see when the clouds cleared, and then when they came back, and then when the sun started to be covered by the moon. I mean, it's something that's kind of obvious, but, I hadn't thought of this until just now when Daniel posted that graph there.
I mean, yeah, if it'll be more interesting from our McGregor sites, because McGregor is actually in the totality path. So
I mean, for
we'll start to.
There will be no solar power generation in the path of totality.
So we'll probably have to ask the same thing for our McGregor folks.
Back here in Fort Worth, the moon starting to cover, I'd say, Alex, would you say that's about a third of the sun now?
Yeah, it kind of looks like it. We're about 10 more minutes until 50% of the way.
Absolutely beautiful. And of course, as we said already earlier, but we'll say it again now, I've just got to find them. You should not, at any time, look directly at the sun. I know it's tempting, and we're showing you these epic views, but all of these epic views have solar filters in front of the cameras. Do not look directly at the sun without a filter, such as glasses as these. They need to be ISO certified in order to be safe. If you scratch them, if they're damaged, do not look at the sun with them, because you will damage your eyes. Just don't do it. It's not worth it. I know you want to. I know it's really tempting. Don't wear welder's glasses. Don't wear sunglasses. They're nowhere near dark enough. Make sure you have proper eye protection. And if you don't, do not fear, because the colander is here. You just need to get it out, hold it out, let the light stream through, and then look at the ground. And then many different images of the sun will be projected, with its moon cutout, will be projected on the floor. So, there are many different ways. You can even do that just by crossing your fingers. So there are many different ways for you to be able to enjoy the eclipse. Of course, when we get to totality, those 2 to 4 minutes, depending on where you are, if you are in the path of totality, then it is safe to remove your protection and look at the sun, because the sun won't be visible, because it'll be occluded by the moon. However, for the 90 minutes, for the forever before that and the forever after, do not look at the sun directly, because you will damage your eyes. And we do not want anybody damaging their eyes today. We want people to enjoy the magical experience that is a total solar eclipse. And as you can see here, the moon is starting ever so slightly to appear, covering the sun. I believe this is in Columbus, Ohio.
Yeah, this is from one of our folks as well, so more cameras, more better.
Yes, as I said earlier, for those of you just joining us, we've added about 15 more feeds in than we had for Starship Flight 2. We have 42 feeds coming in for today's stream from not only Team NSF, which is scattered across the country, but also our partners at Office Hours and Time and Date, and also NASA's feeds as well. So yeah, many cameras coming in right now for you to all view, as well as the eclipse just starting in the north of the country. Is Ohio classed as the north? I don't know, I'm not American. And the eclipse, it should be nearer totality now in Mexico. There's just a little slither of the sun left from NASA's feed in Mexico. So it's getting exciting in the south.
Indeed, we're getting there.
This is one of Gage's cameras. You may recognize Gage's name, voice from, he helps out with the Raptor side on Starbase Live. Always is in the background operating a camera somewhere in Starbase or the Cape, always helping out, a big help. And also tracks rockets all the time using his infamous MacBook Air or MacBook Pro trackpad. I'm finding myself a little bit speechless here, because this is something which is just very, very pretty and something that we don't get to see too often. And I'm just going to say it now, I'm very privileged to be a part of a huge team which is covering this for everybody to see. Because, yeah, it's kind of, when you actually think about it, it's kind of insane that we have 42 feeds coming in from across an entire continent. And, if you count the ISS, from space. Very quickly, as we see on the left in Mexico, totality is approaching, and on the right in Fort Worth, where we're nearly at about 50% occlusion. I am just going to hit a bit more support, such as the Greenskeeper, with a $2 super chat. Thank you very much for that. Sean is asking, will I see the eclipse from Colorado? Well, Alex, why don't you give us a quick verbal overview of where we will actually be able to see the eclipse?
Yeah, so the eclipse will essentially be visible from everywhere in the continental United States. It just depends on what is the portion of the sun that will be occulted by the moon. So you have the path of totality, which you see there. It is
this is I'm going to flex here. This is a live simulation which I made using Google Earth. So you can actually see the shadow there, it'll move across, and the approximate time there of the simulation is nearly up to date with real time. And you can see now we are just 27 minutes away from maximum eclipse in Starbase.
Yeah, and so that is essentially that time, that as you were saying, that is your simulation of how it looks like going over the Earth. And over the next few hours, that some portions of the United States will get more of the totality, less of the totality, and things like that you can see yourself. You can point that out if you want and explain it yourself.
Yeah, so the sun will be essentially moving in this direction. This direction, from the southwest all the way over to the northeast. So as you can see here, the shadow is pretty wide. So if we take a shadow about this big and let's just move it in this direction, this is essentially where you will be able to see. So if in this area here, big area, all of this here, and then even a bit more this way in Europe, which is over here somewhere, which I didn't bother to render, you can see that's where the shadow will go, which is where the eclipse will be. And even NASA have published this very useful map of totality, which is this line, there's the line, moving up in the direction here. This is the path of totality, where you'll see the total solar eclipse, but you see all these little thinner lines here? These are where it's like the percentage drop of a partial eclipse will be visible. So all the way over here, here's Colorado, and then all the way down through here, down even into Florida, where our cameras are at the Kennedy Space Center. That's where you'll be able to see the eclipse. So I think even, maybe if I lean back here, that's maybe the final line. So even if you're in Washington State, you should be able to see something. If you do see something from Washington State, make sure to put it on Twitter or something and tag us, because we want to see your photos. Like if you see this, obviously we're saying don't point your phone at the thing, but if you have a camera with a solar filter and you see the eclipse, take a photo, tag us on Twitter, because we want community engagement, all of that stuff. That's the reason we do this, because we love sharing things with you, because that's why NSF exists basically. Usually we share rocket launches. This time we're sharing a total solar eclipse.
If you go back, well, now we can go back, but You had a very short summary of the locations on the corner of this of your screen.
Did
on
I?
your yes, yes, it is on the bottom right. No, not there. On the other one. There. See if you look to the
other
next
side,
to
other
Florida.
side.
There you go. There. See all of those.
Oh, there you can go. So you see this purple.
Positions.
There you go. Thank you very much, Alex. I totally, you know, you wouldn't believe that I made this, or I didn't, or added this rather. You can see this purple band here. That's what you're talking about, right? Across the Earth.
All of that.
So this is everything that'll see. So you can see, yeah, practically all of North America, apart from Alaska, is in this partial range. Of course, the total solar eclipse will only be in this kind of dotted line through the middle here, but everything else will be partial eclipse. So even down into Mexico, I was saying places earlier. I'll go through the list again. So if you are in, obviously, Mexico, the United States, or Canada, or Kiribati, French Polynesia, the US minor outlying islands, the Cook Islands, Guatemala, Belize, the Cayman Islands, Cuba, the Bahamas, Bermuda, Greenland, Iceland, the Faroe Islands, the Azores Island, or the United Kingdom, you have a chance of seeing this. So hopefully that list, along with the little blue purple thing here, helps you. But this is the United States. Hopefully that was as concise as I could make it.
Yeah.
And we are very quickly approaching totality.
There we go.
In Mexico, as I was just saying. I believe
So
this
close.
is probably on the very, like on the coast, southwestern coast, west coast, Mexican coast, west coast of Mexico here from NASA. You can see the line getting shorter here.
Almost.
We're nearly there. We're nearly there. We are very
on.
close to totality. You'll see that line appear to get smaller and smaller and thinner. You'll then see it's called the diamond ring.
Away.
And then you'll also see Bailey's beads as the last bits of sunlight stream through crevices on the moon's surface. Here we go. There's just a final push now. I can barely see the line.
It's a few pixels wide. Almost getting there.
Looks like the feed is struggling a little bit. I think everybody's now taking photos and uploading them to the internet, which is why the internet connection seems to be dying a little bit in Mexico.
Yeah.
But we're nearly there. We're
NASA's
so
probably
close.
Straggling. Well, someone messed up that.
Oh, here we go. But
There
they
you
took the
go.
solar filter off. That's what they were doing. Here we go.
Wow, look at that.
The final bits of sunlight are starting to stream through. There's Bailey's beads.
Whoa, look at that.
And that, ladies and gentlemen, is the 2024 total solar eclipse. As
Wow.
visible from Mexico.
Look at the corona. It's so amazing. Those little portions of the sun just sticking out of the limb of the moon.
These views, I am speechless. I'm standing here. I'm trying to talk, but I just can't. I'm speechless. These views are incredible. We're just going to sit here and let you enjoy this because that's exactly what I'm going to do. Wow. I think we can see a little bit of cloud just kind of hovering in front here, which is making me nervous, but hopefully it holds out for the entire duration of totality that will be visible from NASA's site here in Mexico. But of course, this is not the first time, it's not the last time we'll see totality today because, of course, we have our teams across the United States and Canada. But this certainly is the first time. So if you want to see this many, many more times, stay tuned because we will be showing it to you many, many more times over the next couple of hours.
Yeah, this is just the first location from NASA's feed, and then we have our own feeds as well. Thanks to the multiple people and organizations we partnered with. Man, it is so amazing to see this. It's essentially a free chronograph. As I was saying yesterday, I think it was on the Raptor side or something. I don't know. But essentially, it's magic. Because you can see those other portions of the sun sticking out. Someone saying this is why totality is a lot better than just 99%, and it is true.
Yeah, the difference between 99% and 100% is unexplainable. That's how magical seeing something like this in person is.
Yeah.
And shortly, for probably the disappointment of everybody watching from this site, the moon will soon drift across far enough that sunlight will start to become visible through the other side of the sun's disk. We'll see the Bailey's beads again, which are those first little shimmers of sunlight streaming through the crevices on the moon's surface. We'll then see the diamond ring. For the second time, seems to be getting a little bit brighter here. And then the sun will become fully visible again. And on the right side is a view from the WB-57, which is what has been tasked to image Starship Flight 1 and 2, and is now being tasked to image the total solar eclipse from above the clouds.
You can see some of those little jets of plasma. Not jets, but it's like as I was explaining before, those magnetic fields warp the plasma from the outer portions of the sun, and there you can see that WB-57 looking up from inside of the path of totality up to the sun. That is always amazing.
So we've been in totality for approximately just shy of 4 minutes now. And you can see the sunlight getting brighter on the right-hand side from our view here. It looks like totality is just about to end. We can start to see some sunlight streaming through now in the upper right-hand corner of the disk. Put your solar glasses back on, ladies and gents, because that, now ending, was totality for the 2024 total solar eclipse in Mexico.
There we go.
And now they're putting the solar filter back on so we can get a better look at that edge as it will begin to grow and get ever brighter.
I'm being told that in Texas, some people are already starting to feel that it is getting colder and that the weather is doing weird things.
Of course, as it gets colder, temperature influences pressure, air pressure as well. So I'm wondering whether that could impact winds, maybe? Or maybe it just feels chilly and they're not used to it feeling chilly in Texas.
Well, I don't know how chilly is chilly in Texas, but they're saying that it feels chillier or like colder than before. So I'm guessing that is because of the eclipse, winds shifting a lot as well.
Now, if I'm correct in saying, I'm just trying to see which direction the moon is moving here, because I believe if this is the same orientation, then we have another view from our partners at Time and Date further inland in Mexico. So we get to see the same thing all over again.
Yay!
So if you were absolutely stunned by that first round of total solar eclipsing, then get ready because round 2 is about to begin.
Look how close they're zooming in there.
They had some nice optics. Let's just say I'm very glad that we're able to partner with them for today's stream because, yes, that is beautiful. And on the left there, that view from Mexico, that second view from Mexico further inland. Alex, can you pronounce the place name for me? I don't want to. I'm scared of offending anyone. Because my Spanish isn't great. Thank you very much, Alex. And on the right, Fort Worth, Texas, where the sun appears to now be the moon now appears to be covering slightly more than 50% of the sun.
Yeah, we're already past 50%. Indeed.
Cool.
We are. And in Fort Worth, the temperature has fallen from 35 Celsius to 29. And we're not even complete yet.
Wow.
That is a significant drop. That's only half the sun being covered as well.
And that's Celsius, right? As you were saying, so that's a lot.
Yeah, that's our instruments are set up in metric units, so yeah, Celsius.
I mean, they're the only correct units there are. I'll just say Celsius the best, Team Celsius. But yeah, that's like a 6 degree drop there, which is kind of
Yes.
That you don't get that with anything other than an eclipse like this.
Yeah, we saw a similar change in 2017, but where we were, it was cloudy most of the time. I'm expecting this to be a larger change by the time we're done.
Yeah, and in Fort Worth as well, you're going to get, I think you're going to get about 3 minutes, if not more, of totality, which means that gives plenty of time for the temperature to cool down in those 3 minutes, because the temperature will be constantly cooling down until a significant part of the sun is visible again.
I'm looking forward to it.
You might have to put a jumper on or something just to stay warm.
No.
Okay. Well, thank you, Dr. Holly, who is with Jack. If you're just joining us, Dr. Holly is with Jack in Fort Worth, Texas. On the left now, in Mexico, again, it looks like we are very close to totality for the second time in today's stream. And we also have someone else who helps out in development and also down at Starbase as well, is Andrew R., who is providing a feed, I believe, from Central Texas. Is that correct?
Yep, Andrew here. I'm sending a feed right now. We have some pretty good cloud cover. So with the solar filter on, I'm not seeing much. But I have definitely felt the temperature drop. I was relaying to Alex earlier. I've recorded a 15-degree Fahrenheit drop in the past 30 minutes. The winds have been shifting quite a lot. We had a nice steady breeze all morning, and they have been shifting, and we have had periods where it is very still.
Okay, so it sounds like weather is definitely being impacted. And I think it's just gone. Oh, you can see here how it's a bit dark, a bit cloudy.
Yeah, right now my feed with the solar filter on is I think you might have it on right now, but it is very dark.
Yeah.
And it's pretty dark even with the camera without the solar filter on. So hopefully this clears out before totality. But thankfully Jack's up there in Fort Worth, getting us some great shots.
And this view is from the Kennedy Space Center on one of our robot cameras, which was pointing at 39A yesterday, and is now pointing at the sun, looking about maybe 25% occlusion now, Alex? Is that how that looks?
Yeah, it kind of looks about that.
Obviously, there will not be a total eclipse at the Kennedy Space Center today, but it will see a partial eclipse.
It should be getting 50% occlusion in about 30 minutes, and the maximum occlusion should be about, I think it is 55, 56%. And there you can see from Mexico, from one of the other locations that NASA is taking their cameras up to the sun and seeing that eclipse. That is from Torreon in Mexico.
Hi.
Such a beautiful... Oh! Whose voice is that?
That's me. It's Jack. Hi.
Ooh, Bacon.
Hello, Jack.
I just wanted, this is really cool. I see we're showing totality from Mexico right now, which is amazing. We still have like, I don't know what, less than 30 minutes to go here from Fort Worth. And I don't know if I'll be back.
Number, which will be about 22-ish minutes.
Yeah.
Or 15 minutes either.
I don't know if I'll be back before totality, but I just wanted to say I love you all. Thank you to all of our supporters, and thank you to everybody that's on the NSF team that's making this happen. Holy cow. And also, just a quick note that there are a whole bunch of people here super excited. There's kids and parents and just everybody coming up to me and looking at my rig and looking at the screen, and I'm telling people about our stream, and this is just so fun. This is so fun that we get to do this, and I'm forever grateful that I get to be part of this team. And I'll stop blathering on now, but yeah, like just weeks and weeks of stress just melting away from me right now. I could not be happier. I love you all. Goodbye.
Thanks, Jack. We don't mind when you blabber on, because I'll be honest, you do a better job at thanking people than I do. I try and sound sincere, and I don't do a very good job of it. We've been getting a ton of questions, so keep them coming in at NASA Spaceflight in chat. We've also been getting a lot of support. I'm going to try and get to some of it when we have a gap in the totality, because I don't really want to interrupt incredibly awe-inspiring views like this with those questions and supers just yet, but we will get to them, don't worry. Totality, I think, will be ending in not long now. You can see it's starting to get bright now on the right side of the disk. And again, we will see Bailey's beads kind of peeking through, and then the sun will be visible. Here we go. Was that a bird? I think I just saw a bird. I think that bird is probably, if that was a bird, it's probably very confused as to what on earth is going on right now, because it's nighttime and now it's no longer nighttime as the moon has officially passed the sun now. Well, at least that edge of the sun in Torreon, Mexico. How did I do, Alex?
Have to roll more DR, but yeah.
I can't roll my R. I'm sorry. I tried my best. I've tried to in the past, and it hasn't gone very well, so...
Yeah.
I wonder when we're going to get the solar filter back on from this view. But you can see now the sun streaming through. It's kind of blooming there. Oh, here we go. Big lens flare. That is the sun. Now very much visible again. Put your eye protection on. This is the point when you need to put your eye protection back on. Yes, it's like 0.1% of the sun is visible now. But you need to put your eye protection back on, because even that can damage your eyes, and we do not want anyone hurting themselves today. We want everybody to be enjoying the eclipse with the correct protection to do so. And you can see just this little slither now of the sun. This is the view with the solar filter turned back on now. Just a little slither of the sun there in the bottom right. And that is the end of totality for everybody watching in Torreon, in Mexico.
The sun is coming back.
Slowly coming back. So from this point, it'll be about 90 minutes until the moon has stopped covering the sun, concluded covering the sun, maybe, should I say?
Yeah. And there you can see Fort Worth and Lakey, both from Texas. They're getting there. They're about to get very, very close to totality here, I believe. At Fort Worth is in about 20 minutes from now, a little bit under 20 minutes from the start of the eclipse. Then Lakey, it'll be earlier, actually, I think, if I'm looking at our notes, because I have this list of the different locations.
Yeah, I've made a list as well, Alex. The other night, I was just going through, hammering through notes for different things. And first of all, let's take a look at a new feed from AR. I think that's Arizona.
No, Arizona is said. This is
oh, it's Arkansas. Sorry, Arkansas.
Russellville.
Sanians. I apologize.
Yep. Gotta work out more on your states.
And I believe Mike Massimino is in Russellville, Arkansas.
Oh.
Ooh.
He was doing interviews from there this morning.
That's
friend of the channel.
Very interesting. Yes, officially a friend of the channel now, we can say, because him and Garrett Reisman are doing their Two Funny Astronauts podcast in collaboration with NSF. We're recording them and editing them down for them. So, you know, they're being recorded live on NSF. So, yes, it's very cool to say that two awesome shuttle astronauts can now be officially called friends of the channel.
Yeah, I don't know if we may be able to show Starbase. Yeah, Starbase is getting very, very close to the maximum of what they're gonna get. They're not gonna get totality, but they're very, very close to the maximum, which is a really big chunk, to be fair. It's more like 80%. There you can see that feed. A lot of the sun already going away at Starbase. Now it's your chance, SpaceX. Launch a Starship.
And very quickly, I do just want to show everybody, before I explain the different stages of the eclipse that we will see, the shadow has started to become visible on our zoomed-in view from geostationary orbit of the continental United States. You can see the shadow here is moving across. So this is from the last, for you people who haven't heard me explain it before, just joining us, this is from the last 2 hours up till 10 minutes ago. So you can see for 2 hours ago, the shadow was down here. It's now moving up here into Texas. You can see the shadow now rapidly approaching the Dallas-Fort Worth area. I also just want to very quickly explain the stages of the eclipse which we will be seeing today. So let's have a look. Ta-da! It's now the sky. Put your protection on, everybody, because this is the sun and that is the moon, which approximately 90 minutes prior to totality will first become visible, touching the edge of the sun there. And as we move forwards into about 60 minutes prior to totality, it'll be covering about 25% of the sun's disk. And from here on out, the temperature will start to drop. Nature will start to notice the lowering light level, and we will move towards totality, where the sky will get darker, the shadow will start to cover and surround you, and you'll be able to visibly see with the naked eye the corona, which will, as we've seen twice today already in Mexico, will be very pretty, like surrounding the moon's disk here. And then once totality is over, everybody's going to be a little bit sad, but don't be that sad because you've still got 90 more minutes of partial solar eclipse to see. About an hour after totality, the sun will be covering 25% once again. The temperature will start resuming back to normal, and then about 90 minutes after, the moon will touch the edge of the sun for the very last time, and that will be the total solar eclipse of 2024, and hopefully we'll be seeing it many more times today from our feeds scattered across the United States, such as this one from Fort Worth.
Getting very, very close to the totality at Fort Worth.
And here in Starbase, I think Starbase is Starbase, obviously, as we said many times today, only getting 87% coverage. I think we might be nearly at maximum here with Starbase. Hang on, let me check. 2 minutes to go, 2.5 minutes to go until totality, maximum eclipse in Starbase. I'm wondering, I hope I'm not asking too much of the producers here, if we could get like a normal wide view from Starbase to see if it's gotten darker at all. It is cloudy, so it'll be hard to see, but I'm very curious to see how it actually looks to the naked eye.
It'll probably look
like a dull, grey, rainy day, because that's what it is. That's what it's been for the entire day. So unfortunately, it doesn't look like it'll actually look too different. There you go. That's the orbital launch site with the OLM chopsticks and launch tower, and it looks pretty much like it did earlier. Maybe a little darker, but the clouds really not helping in this direction. At least our. And the cameras will also auto-adjust as well, I think, so that might not be helping.
Yeah. In any case,
Chris K, who is helps out with the operations of Starbase Live, is saying in the back channel that it is a little darker, so my suspicions were correct, but the clouds are not helping, and also the cameras will automatically adjust.
And we are approximately 10 minutes or so, 12 minutes away from... Yeah, of course, you have your own...
I check it for myself. It's my own personal note.
I can see you on our side. People cannot see you pointing. But anyways, yeah, 12 minutes away, less than 12 minutes away to that totality at Fort Worth. Man, I cannot wait until that.
Mm-hmm. You can see it's now kind of like a crescent shape. Well, it's back the other way. There we go. It's the right way around for you now. It's kind of like that little, gets wider and then gets thinner again. That iconic crescent shape that you see with partial eclipses. Jack keeps changing his settings. Jack, you're live. Anyway, let's take a look from the Cape. This is from one of our robots at the Kennedy Space Center, and you can see here as well, it's starting to move across the sun. Kennedy Space Center, again, It's not in the path of totality. It will only be seeing a partial eclipse today. But let's be honest, I think being out of cloud cover is more important than seeing like what kind of thing we'll be able to see, at least from the robot side of view. If you're a person going to see the total solar eclipse, stay within totality. But for the robots, they don't have emotions, they're fine. They can watch from where it's not cloudy.
Oh Lord, Andrew R saying the cats have just run inside and seem concerned.
Oh dear. So there you go. There's your citizen science projects. The animals are starting to become impacted by the lack of sunlight outside at what is in Starbase 1:30 in the afternoon. And we can see here a very cloudy view.
Look at the birds. Yeah, that was his view from Georgetown.
Yeah, as the moon approaches the edge of the sun ever so closer in Fort Worth here. And Gage, with a very quick field report in the back channel, is saying it's starting to get slightly dark in Ohio, which is, of course, much further north than Fort Worth. So that's something to look out for. If you're in a similar area, if you're between Dallas, Fort Worth, and Ohio, then look outside because it's about to be dark.
And definitely the solar production at our sites on Starbase, it's going down very fast.
Yeah, Daniel saying in the back channel again that our solar panel production is just dropping, like a rock maybe. I don't know, not that slow, like a rock in a viscous fluid. Jack saying he's switching between photo and video. Don't worry, Jack, you're fine. We love the views either way, and I think we also, I'm pretty sure everyone watching will agree that we want to see some epic photos of the sun from you. I think everyone's starting to take photos and upload them with their phones because we're getting reports that the cellular signal is starting to get strained a little bit, but fingers crossed our packs will hold up with it. This is what Daniel B was talking about in the back channel here. This is from our river site at Starbase. You can see the yield of electricity from the solar panels is reducing significantly there. I think, hang on, let me walk up close to the screen so I can actually see what the numbers are. It looks like it's gone from 400 all the way down to 150, I think.
Less than 100, actually.
Less than 100, wow.
Yeah, it's less than 100. It's getting very close to zero. I don't think it'll get down to zero though, because it's not in totality. But yeah, it's a big drop in solar energy production. Just 9 minutes away, or actually less, 8 minutes from totality in Fort Worth.
Very quickly before we hit totality, I'm just going to run through some of the support because it's been sitting here for a while and I feel bad if I don't look at them or bring them up and read them out. Thank you very much to Wilbo, very common name, with the £10 super chat, and thank you very much for that. We also have a $10, if the panel will, thank you panel, a $10 super chat here as well. I'm sure we can ask that question later, but totality is approaching, so we want to make sure the people in the field have a moment to enjoy that as well. Let's have a look here as well from Bob Fillmore, another very common name, who has gifted 5 Red Team memberships. Jim Cavett has gifted 1 Red Team membership. We've got all the common names coming out in chat today for the total solar eclipse, and Alan has gifted 10 Red Team memberships. Thank you very much for that, and of course if you see one of them, make sure to thank them in chat. And another $10 super chat here from Maggie Mage. Sorry if I'm pronouncing that incorrectly, but thank you very much for that. All of the support, greatly appreciated, because yes, total solar eclipse from coverage from across the entire continental United States, our partner feeds in Mexico and Canada as well. As you might imagine, it costs a little bit to get everyone to the location of the path of totality, where it's not cloudy. So yeah, thank you very much for all the financial support. But as I will keep saying this because it's really important, because we sometimes see people apologising that they can't financially support. That is not the point of NSF. You should have never apologised for that. We just want to hang out with you in chat, right? That's what we want to do. But we also want to give extra appreciation to all of the people who are able to financially support us, because this wouldn't be possible. This simply would not be possible at this scale without their support. Like we now see a robot view from the Kennedy Space Center, which is, the halfway across the country from where we just were. So, the sunspot is slightly visible now, just on the edge of where the moon is occluding the sun. Looks like it's now just about to cover it. The moon.
It's on.
Hi.
It may appear. Oh, hello.
Just really quick, as we get close to totality here in Fort Worth, have you guys talked about Bailey's beads yet?
Yeah.
I've mentioned them, but I haven't really explained them in detail.
All right, well, maybe now's a good time. I will do my best to get you guys a good shot of Bailey's beads as they happen, either at C1 or whatever the other time they happen is, C3, C4, something like that. Either way, bye.
Thanks, Jack. Managing to find a spot in the clouds, a spot in the cell signal, to be able to bring us his live voice from Fort Worth. Oh, the clouds are coming. I'm getting a little nervous.
Yes.
Come on, clouds.
Well,
go
and
away.
a lot of people in Fort Worth are getting very excited right now. They're standing up and oohing and eyeing. You can probably hear some of it. But yes, and since I know there may be some people from Hebron listening, yes, shout out to Hebron High School, and Hog Pride never dies. Use your eye protection till totality, all right? Don't deny the science here. We'll be in trouble. But yeah, there's a cloud right now, so we're just waiting for that to move out of the way. I expect it to go nuts here in about, I don't know, 5 minutes or less?
Yeah.
And we
You
have
can see.
many more people than we had earlier.
And I believe, Andrew R., if you are listening in, you should get totality really soon. I think Georgetown should be getting totality in about a minute.
This is Andrew R. coming in from the field. I am in totality. It is very dark. The winds have died completely.
Wow.
It is amazing. It's surreal. It looks like,
look at that.
It doesn't even look real.
Yeah, we're
it looks
getting
like
your
something
feed
from
now.
a movie or from a video game.
It is cloudy, but you can see how dark it is. It is essentially darkness. It's like during the night.
Yeah. And even though it's cloudy, you still get to experience this kind of weird nighttime feeling in the middle of the day.
Yeah.
It is very strange. Very still.
Wow.
Is it quiet as well? Because I assume that, like you were saying with the cats, animals are going to sleep.
Oh, look at that.
I just turned on my camera that does not have the solar filter on the left side there.
And I think we've just managed to see totality now ending, I think.
It appears to the naked eye to still be right in the middle of totality. You can see a little bit of orange peeking from the bottom of the sun, which is really kind of cool. But yeah, it is very
Maybe that was the
spooky
camera changing its exposure then, because it looked like it was getting brighter, but that was obviously the camera.
Yes. The clouds have cleared for the totality. It is amazing.
And Jack is about to get also in totality here with a Fort Worth feed on the left. We are very, very, very close to totality in that location. So hopefully we get to see so close. Come on, clouds.
No,
Don't get in the way.
clouds.
Don't get in the way now. Not now.
Worst timing ever.
No, it's not the moment, clouds. Ah.
I'm just sitting here in suspense now.
And they should be getting into totality in just a few moments from now. I don't know if Jack can even come from the field when totality occurs.
Mm-hmm.
because it's always amazing to hear you guys from, from the location. Because, sadly we are in Europe, and so we cannot have this experience. So
you can see there from the simulation, which I made without clouds, because that's the ideal world, that we should be in shadow
Holly?
now.
Oh, yeah, I was going to say, we're getting a lot of people cheering, and it's pretty dark here. I'm not sure you want me to hand the headset over to Jack, though. Yep, it's getting really, really dark.
Oh, McGregor just
here we go.
Dark. Oh my God!
Oh, here we go.
I'm looking at McGregor feed, and it's
here we
dark.
Here it goes.
There's the sliver.
Yep.
I think you might be able to see Bailey's beads there ever so slightly.
Yeah, listen, can you guys hear?
Is that Jack losing his mind?
No, it's everybody, and it's gorgeous. Oh my goodness. It really, really is. It's amazing.
Wow. And from our McGregor site, Kevin, sorry, I don't know if you have these ready, but it is in totality right now. On McGregor Live.
It's completely dark right now. Wow.
Well, down here in Georgetown, we are just coming out of the eclipse, and it is like a sunrise. It's amazing.
Wow, look at that. Look at that.
Whoa.
Yes.
The solar filter is off, and that is totality in Fort Worth.
Yes, it is. It's amazing. It is just amazing.
And it appears that NASA has already launched from Wallops one of their 3 rockets. They have sounding rockets from there to study the effects of this eclipse, and it's just mind blowing. There you can see the feed from Jack on the left from Fort Worth.
Yes.
I'm definitely
Didn't he do a good job?
Asking a lot.
Jack is getting a solid track here.
Yeah.
On the right side there is the Mission Control Center, I assume, at the Wallops Flight Facility in Virginia, where they are launching their standing rockets, as Alex just said.
We could see the little.
Should be getting out of totality in under a minute from now.
I'm just going to stay quiet again because this is beautiful.
Yeah. You can even see, all the stuff that we saw on the NASA feeds. You can now see, of course, here those filaments of the sun sticking out of the moon's limb.
The corona, it's just beautiful.
Look at that! Look at that! Oh my God!
You can see wisps of solar wind.
Yeah! Wow! And here it comes. Here comes the sun.
Put the glasses back on, everybody. My oh my. Here comes the diamond ring. Wow.
It's beautiful. It is phenomenal.
Look at that.
It is. For the people who traveled here, it has every bit been worth it to them.
The clouds parted just in time, and they've returned, unfortunately. I think the weather might have just been on our side there.
Well, Jack chases the clouds away. He did it down at Starbase for the annular, so he chased them away here as well.
Get some nice photos, Jack.
Oh, he is. That's why he doesn't have the headset right now. But yes, it looks like it did when I got here at 7:30 this morning. And the temperature has gotten down to 26 Celsius. And the illuminance went to almost 0.
So that would be a drop of about 10 degrees Celsius from what it was before the eclipse started to totality?
Yes. Much appreciated, actually. I mean, I'm a native Texan and I'm used to that, but still. We always like it when it cools off. But this has just been amazing. Did you hear everybody? There were lots of people cheering.
We certainly heard Jack, I think, in the background.
Yeah, he's a good, I don't know, 20, 25 feet away.
Oh, look at this. There's that very brief gap in the clouds there. We could just see like a sharp outline there of the partial eclipse after totality. Unfortunately, the clouds have now immediately come back, so it's gone a bit fuzzy again. But still, incredible views here from Fort Worth. Jack Beyer on the camera. And it looks like the cell signal might be struggling ever so slightly as people start to message photos of what they just saw to their friends and family. This is a stunning view as well from Georgetown.
People already feeling from the field, essentially from farther up north, already saying that they are feeling colder in Columbus, Ohio, and Rochester, New York. It's getting to them really, really soon.
The shadow is moving.
Yep. I still cannot, I'm going back on the McGregor feeds, and boy, is it so amazing to see how the landscape changes. I've requested if we can pull some video of that. We'll see if we can replay some of that. Because obviously we have so many cameras that sometimes the eclipse happens in different cameras at the same time, and so of course we cannot show everything.
Yeah, I mean it's a great problem to have when we have so many cameras that we literally cannot show them all at the same time.
But we can show replays. I hope at least we'll see. I definitely requested. I don't know. Again, too many cameras too, so that means our operators are very, very busy changing cameras, looking at their feeds, looking if they're stable, stuff like that. So no hurry here. We're in for the long run on this stream. A lot of people in chat also reporting from the field, I guess, that they are feeling colder as well and getting darker where they are watching from. So that's cool. That's cool. It's getting darker here as well, but because it's getting close to sunset.
Yes, it's. Let me look out my window very quickly because yes,
I'm
the sun
also
is setting.
going to be looking at.
But it's not a total eclipse, unfortunately. It's a simulated total solar eclipse. And for everybody watching at home, I will just say what Jack has posted in the back channel. 3 messages have just spammed capital A's. So I think it's safe to say that experience was incredible. I want to get Jack on as soon as possible, but I also understand that he'll have photos that he'll want to upload as well, and that the cell signal will not be perfect. So we'll get Jack on when we can, when signal allows. But yeah, that was a stunning view from Fort Worth.
It is so amazing.
You're on.
Hi. Hi, Jack. How was that?
That was insane. Did you guys? I don't know. Like, that was a blur because I was trying to shoot photos from 2 cameras and get you guys the properly exposed video. Did you get to see the solar flares and everything?
We did.
Yeah.
They looked incredible.
Yes. Yes.
That's Jack losing his mind.
I'm not going to have any further intelligent discourse right now, other than that. But if you want me to scream more, I can scream more. But I think I'll spare the audience.
Hang on, Jack. That is the whole point of you coming on the field, to lose your mind here and tell us how gorgeous and amazing it was.
Well, it was beautiful. I have to say, I just screamed right in Dr. Holly's face. So sorry, Dr. Holly. But yeah, no, That was amazing. I mean, it was really cool because there's a big crowd here at the Fort Worth Museum of Science and History, and it was just really cool to hear everybody's reaction, see all the kids get excited, and it was just remarkable. It's just remarkable. This was a way more beautiful solar eclipse than the 2017 one from my perspective. I don't know if it's just because the sun is at solar maximum and there was a whole bunch of solar flares and everything, but that was truly exceptional, and I could not be more thankful that the weather cooperated. I hope that if you're out watching the eclipse right now, that the weather cooperates for you too. And you know what? If it doesn't, there will be more eclipses. Do not fret. But holy cow, that was insane. Somebody just asked me if my 6-hour drive was worth it, and I was like, is that even a question? Like, come on. I mean, launch me into space in a 6x6 cube to see this. I don't care. Like, that was amazing. That was amazing. So I'm just gonna blather on at this point. So I'm gonna go make sure everything is still working. But yeah, you guys are the best. Bye.
Thank you very much, Jack. As we can see here, totality is visible this time from Arkansas, from our partners at Time and Date, just slightly further northeast than Dallas-Fort Worth. And I'm hearing that our photographer, D. Wise, who is usually out at the Cape with Max shooting photos of rocket launches, I'm hearing we have an amazing photo of something which I don't think will be a rocket launch. Let's find out. Wow, wow, wow.
Look at that. Through the clouds, getting that shot is very, very complicated. You can see some of those filaments from the sun.
Just a beautiful photo.
Yeah.
Just beautiful. There's no more words. There's no more words. I hope everybody... hang on. I should check chat very quickly because I imagine everyone in chat is going to be going insane. Yes, everyone in chat is going insane from that view as we see the eclipse. The moon departing from in front of the sun here in Texas. We'll have a little bit of a gap now, I think, until maximum eclipse for gauge in Columbus, Ohio. And I think that is Kennedy Space Center, or... No, it's not. It's New Russia in New York, which I think is from Thomas Hayden, who you may have seen in the descriptions of pretty much every single daily for the last year or so, because Thomas is an absolute machine with those daily edits, and has taken a very long lens up to New Russia in New York, where we are currently seeing the approach of the moon in the northeast of the United States of America. And whilst we are waiting for totality in the northeast, let's hit a bit more support and the question queue. Actually, I'll go to the question queue first because there's a lot of questions in here from over the last couple of hours, which I'm sure people are eager to get answered. Alex, let's have a look on here. Jonathan is asking, this is a very interesting question. Jonathan is asking, in terms of our solar system or other known star systems, how common are eclipses? Surely a lot rides on perspectives, the size of the moons, distances, etc. I was alluding to earlier in the stream that we are kind of lucky on Earth because our moon is kind of the perfect size to just cover the sun at the distance we are from the sun. So how does this work on like other planetary systems, other solar systems, things like that?
Eclipses are very common. The only, across the solar system, even other, we can see eclipses from other planets in front of their own stars from the Earth. We cannot actually see them, but we can notice because the star's brightness just dims just a little bit from that planet going in front of that star. But one thing is something going in front of another thing, and then this, as you can see there, a total solar eclipse. And the important part of this is that there are places in the solar system where you get the sun covered, but the thing that is covered in the sun, it's either smaller than the disk of the sun or it's way bigger. Like I don't know, for example, if you were on the moon during a lunar eclipse, that's the Earth covering the sun from the moon's perspective. So the Earth will be ginormous and it will be covering the sun, and you will not see the corona, you will not see all the pearls and everything, you will not see any of that. So we live in a location on the solar system that is very special in that sense, because it's not too big, it's not too small, it's just the perfect size that it covers just enough of the sun that we can see that corona around the sun and everything. It's always amazing to see. And this is from Sean's view from Newport in Vermont. So we go from photographer.
I wasn't talking then because I was just inspired by the views of the sun. Sorry, Alex.
Yeah. I'm also being told that our social media people are very busy today because we're covering so many things that they're obviously pimping our stream and everything. So if you come from one of those social media sites, welcome and stick around because we have much more coverage, not just solar eclipses. We have launches, tests from Starbase and everything. You name it. Whatever we can point our cameras to, we try to cover.
I'm very excited to see how the eclipse will look from Rochester, especially because Das has managed to set up a crowd cam for us at Rochester. So, you know, it'd be great to actually see how everyone reacts to the total solar eclipse. There it is. People still arriving, it looks like, at the... I feel terrible now. I forgot the name of the museum. I don't know whether Kevin remembers and can just tell me very quickly in my ear. Kevin. Maybe not.
Museum of Science or something? Rochester Museum of Science. I think it is. I know the letters. Like, I think it is RMSC. So Rochester.
I just got correct in my ear, so you're right. You're right, Alex.
Center. Yeah. So yeah, RMSC.
Anyhow,
I know that, but I don't know the full name.
Sorry, I've got a lot of things on my mind, and especially those views are absolutely blowing my mind right now. Alicia, very usefully in the back channel, saying the Rochester Museum and Science Centre. Thank you very much, Alicia, and I apologise for absolutely just having a brain freeze there for a moment. Yes, I'm going to hit a bit more support whilst we wait for the eclipse to reach the northeast. Oh, go on, Alex.
Just before you go into support, I'm being told that bats are flying in some places.
That is insane.
Some of our people in the field.
That is crazy. Jamal, thanks very much for the $5 super chat. No message in there. Also, Stacy for the $2. Thank you very much. There's no message, but we are greatly appreciative of that. Shane has become a PAD member. Eric Fraser, a name I've seen before, with the $10 saying, amazing shots, Jack, thanks all. And my mom just sent me pictures from Austin. Clouds parted just in time there as well, which is great to hear. And Humanist Robert saying, or rather, has become a PAD member. So thank you very much for that. Alex, this may be a tough one as we see this beautiful view here just after totality from Arkansas, courtesy of our partners at Time and Date. Alex, this question for you. What's the coolest fact you know about a solar eclipse?
Oh boy. Well, to me, the coolest fact is that we not only, I was saying how unique it is that we live in a place where the moon is exactly or very close to the size of the sun. It is not far larger and it is not far smaller, right? But that hasn't always been true. And I think this is like the coolest fact of it, that we not only live in the right location, but also in the right time of the life of the solar system, because very early on, the moon was a lot closer to the Earth. So you could have eclipses and you could have the sun completely covered, as I was mentioning before, but when you have something that is completely larger, like it's much more larger than the size of the sun, you don't see all of that spectacular views of the filaments from the plasma of the sun streaking away from the limb, all of those views from the corona and everything. You don't get that. You only get that when the size is almost exactly the same as the size of the sun, and that is because, again, the moon was closer a long time ago, very early in the life of the Earth, and so back then there were no eclipses like this. In the future, there will also not be this, like there will not even be a total solar eclipse. There will not be any way for the moon to completely cover the sun, because it'll be too far away that it'll be smaller than the size of the sun in the sky, and therefore will not get any eclipses. So there will be a point where we'll have the final total solar eclipse here on Earth, which is mind-blowing to think about, but that's going to happen sometime in the future, many million years from now, but it'll happen. And so just enjoy the moment that you live in right now, because this is so precious.
I'm just asking, I don't know whether Kevin has had time to bring this up or not. Oh, he has. Look at that. Magical. NASA Moon has just tweeted, oops, I did it again, with a screenshot of NASA Sun being blocked on Twitter, or known as X now, should I say. Lovely bit of humour there from the NASA social team.
Oh, boy. This is from Columbus, Ohio, from Gage. Looks like they're getting very close to totality.
Or as close as totality. It's only going to see, I don't think it's going to see all of totality, or it's only going to see totality for a split second, something along those lines. I guess I'm incorrect.
Yeah, so this feed should get totality. It's like right on the edge. So it should get totality, but the majority of Columbus, Ohio will not get the totality. But I think this is like in the lucky side where we're always not going to dox our friend Gage, but he reassured me that he's in the right location for totality. So we should see it, but we'll see.
And here from Carbondale in Illinois, the NASA feed here, totality looking absolutely stunning, as we've seen many times already today. But you just can't. This view cannot get old. There is no way that this view can get old.
But the interesting thing is that you can see these changes over time, like how they capture the things when it was over Mexico. This is the thing of eclipses. It's a free coronagraph. A coronagraph is essentially a piece of equipment that you put in front of the sun to be able to see the corona. Now we get a free one because nature has the moon. And so, as I was saying, it covers perfectly the sun. And then we have for free a coronagraph. So when we had about an hour or 2 hours ago, the eclipse from Mexico, you had a sort of snapshot of how it looked like, and then you can compare that as you capture other snapshots across the totality path. Then you can see how that corona changes over the 3 or 4 hours that this whole path stretches for, right? So you could, in theory, use that for that kind of science, and it has been used in the past for that kind of science. And we may talk about lots of different science, including relativity and everything that has been able to be done using solar eclipses. Because again, it's a free coronagraph. You don't need any special equipment. Just point a camera at it, and once totality comes, you get that view.
And I'm just checking the times here. We're just shy of 10 minutes from maximum eclipse in Columbus. We're about 17 minutes approximately from totality in Rochester, 22 minutes approximately in New Russia, where Thomas Hayden is, and then 24 minutes in Newport, Vermont, where Sean is watching from the other side of the country to Starbase, where I'm sure most of you will be accustomed to his photo and his incredible photos and videos that he gets out of Starbase for us, along with Jack and Mary.
Should be very, very close to...
And here is the map, the beautiful NSF locations map. I just realised that I completely forgot to include the Kennedy Space Center on the map. I did. I'll be honest. I did make this with a little bit of a rush. I do apologise for that. But you know where the Kennedy Space Center is. But we have Starbase, McGregor, Dallas, the Twin Cities where Chris K is. Go on, Alex.
Speaking of Kennedy Space Center, it should be now at its maximum there. So it's not totality. We don't have totality, but we do have a maximum occultation, I guess, and it is now like that on the Kennedy Space Center. But this is from Kennedy Space Center, in fact. That is the most that the sun will be occulted by the moon from Florida, from the Kennedy Space Center here. Again, this camera just yesterday, it was looking at a Falcon 9 rocket launching from Launch Complex 39A. It is not looking at a solar eclipse, which is bonkers to think about that. Yeah.
Yeah. And the eclipse is not only visible on Earth, but is also visible from space.
You can see that's Port Canaveral. You can see it's a little bit darker than usual, at least. I don't know. And even the colors don't. And I know this camera is probably not the best to talk about colors, to be fair, but I know the colors of this cam, and they look a little bit paler than usual.
Yeah.
Let's not talk about colors on Fleet Cam, but it does look a little bit paler, at least. More toned down kind of thing.
And you can see here in Indianapolis, Illinois, or Indiana, sorry. I can't believe I just did that. Indianapolis, Indiana. That the eclipse is nearly at totality at that specific spot from NASA's camera here. And where are we watching from now? The moon moving away now in Georgetown, Texas. This is Andrew R's camera pointing at the sun.
The moon now moving away. It experienced totality about 30 minutes ago.
Mm-hmm.
Now going away. It'll go back to 50% occultation in about 6 minutes from now, and then completely go away about 50 minutes from now. There you can see Indianapolis. So cool always to see this.
Yeah, I mean, I'm saying the exact same thing every time because I don't know what else to say, because it looks equally as awesome as from all the other places. I mean, again, we can see the wisps of the solar wind here in the corona. It's kind of these solar flares.
I do wonder if we could do something like what I just said, that you can just basically take like snapshots of from different places and how it looks like. What is this? What's this? This is like a balloon or something. Oh, this is from Canada.
Balloon that's going to go up to 100,000 feet in New Brunswick.
Ooh.
I wonder if they're going to stabilize it afterwards.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if the winds will help out at all. But this will be cool to see. I think this may be our final feed, unless there's another feed in Canada I've forgotten, because this is in the very northeast of North America, or the furthest north rather, that the path of the eclipse will go. It will obviously continue on as a partial eclipse into places like Greenland, Iceland, Ireland, and the United Kingdom, and the Azores Islands. But in terms of totality, after this, it's only the Atlantic Ocean that will see totality. So maybe anyone in a plane. I wonder if there may be some passengers, depending how dark it is, on a transatlantic flight. They're about to get a little confused as to why it's getting so dark outside in about, I don't know, 30 minutes, an hour's time.
Yeah, I should say that looks a bit like a replay of Starship's Flight 1. To be fair.
And Gage is giving us an update from Columbus, Ohio, saying it is very dark here. And if I just take a quick peek at my timings, it looks like maximum eclipse is, 4 minutes away now. Live from the International Space Station. That is the sun. The ISS is over the Pacific at the moment, approaching the coast. I say approaching the coast of the US. It's next up will be Hawaii. It's kind of halfway between Australia and the continental US, maybe a little bit further away than that.
From Gage. We're very close.
Go on, Alex.
Yeah, we're very, very close to totality. Licia also saying it's getting darker and windy in Rochester, New York. They should get totality in another 10 minutes after gauge. You can see the people already, the crowds gathering. I don't know if we're gonna see the eclipse per se though, because you can see there's a lot of clouds there, but hopefully we can get some of that, you know, darkening effect of the eclipse, which is always so cool to see. Sometimes the beauty is not just on how the sun looks like, but also how the Earth ends up looking like after you see all of that. You know, all of how the atmosphere changes, the clouds and everything look different. It's always amazing.
Yeah.
It's very much like when we see a rocket launch, it's not always just about the launch or the landing or anything. It's also about, what else leaves behind. Like sometimes it leaves a very beautiful trail and everything and noctilucent clouds and everything. So yeah, it's sometimes more than just the event itself. It's sometimes what surrounds the event, which is always cool. And seeing humans freak out. Very, very close now to totality. We should be less than 1 minute or so if I'm looking at at my times here correctly, and also on the times on the left you can see there.
Gauge's feed may about to go dark because, of course, the solar filter is designed for when the moon is not in front of the sun. When the moon gets in front of the sun, everything goes dark. Only then is it safe to remove your glasses. Unfortunately, the cameras do not have hands. They will not be able to remove their own solar filters. But we'll be able to see the last little edge of the sun here get covered by the moon.
I don't know if we can even get gauge through or something. Just a little bit there of the sun only visible now.
Getting very close. I can't see it anymore. Oh, here we go. Brightening up the feed.
Did he remove the filter?
Maybe, I'm not sure, or if it's just gotten brighter. This is the view from Cleveland, which is just a little bit further northeast. So Cleveland will see totality just a smidge after Columbus. You can see here just that fine. I've gotten into that problem that I keep having where I'm not saying anything. It's just so cool.
I don't even know if we still have a feed from Gauge. I'm guessing it's complete dark right now.
Yeah, I'm also not too sure if cloud could be affecting. It doesn't look too cloudy before the shadow rolls in on the NOAA map, but cloud could have appeared. Because obviously, if you put a shadow on the Earth, it's quite hard to see the clouds. And we're nearly at totality here in Cleveland. Very, very, very close. Just waiting the final few seconds here before the sun will be completely covered by the moon from this specific location. And we'll get another beautiful view at totality. Corona will be visible around the moon. Those solar flares may also be visible, depends how the clouds comply or not comply. You can see the glow there now just shrinking down as that line of the sun gets shorter. Speeding up now, you can see it changing shape. And as the filter is removed, we'll see the diamond ring, Bailey's beads, as they peek through the crevices of the moon.
Wow.
And that is totality from Cleveland, Ohio. And again, we can see those beautiful solar flares wisping in the corona of the sun. Just beautiful.
So cool. Wow.
Let's see how everyone's reacting in chat. I'm sure everyone's going to be going bonkers once again, just like Jack was when totality was observed in Fort Worth. And yes, everyone is going crazy in chat. I don't know why I would expect otherwise.
And yeah, that is totally expected, because look at that. All of the protuberances, those plasma filaments coming out from the sun. And then you also see a very active corona there, all of that whiteness from the activity of that corona. We're about 8 minutes away from Rochester getting also totality, so hopefully maybe we'll see if they see something through the clouds.
I've just had an idea, and Alex, I don't know if this is a great idea. I think the chat moderators might hate me, but I'm very interested to see if we actually have anyone tuned in right now who has already seen the eclipse. So, ladies and gents, viewers of our stream, put it in chat. Where are you watching from today? Let's see where the audience is. And if you have seen the eclipse so far, make sure to add that in as well, because I'm very interested to see if anyone has actually managed to see a partial or totality today, and is now tuning into the stream to see the eclipse cover the rest of the United States and Canada.
Looks like that's from Arkansas, from North Little Rock. I believe the totality was already there, and
yes,
it's well past that. Yeah.
Still a beautiful partial eclipse, though, visible.
Yep.
And I'm seeing many different places in chat.
Yeah. It's still visibly dark in that location. You could see there when they were showing the people and everything, it was still kind of dark. Gage saying that was the coolest thing I think I've seen. Totality just ended. Yeah, he was giving us the feed from Columbus, Ohio before. That was so cool. But see, Columbus, we were talking about how, on our overlays, it said 99.9%. And the reason for that is because it depended on where you were located in Columbus. So if you were right outside of the total...
it was like literally on the edge.
Exactly. If you were right outside of it, you were very unfortunate, but Gage was of the lucky ones that were actually in the path of totality. We're well within that path.
Yeah, and on the left, in the left box is from Cleveland, Ohio, courtesy of NASA, which is still in totality just for a little bit longer, and on the right is from North Little Rock in Arkansas, which saw totality a little while ago and is now experiencing a partial solar eclipse. Alex, something interesting I want to ask you about is I saw earlier, a few days ago, that the path of the eclipse had been recalculated. Now, I assumed that because we know the orbit of the moon and the orbit of the Earth around the sun so well, that we would already know the exact path. Do you know why the path was, quote-unquote, recalculated?
Yeah, so the reason is pretty much what we're seeing here right now is the whole reason why it was calculated. You can see now the sun coming back. It is very important to know when the sun is being completely covered, and when it comes back, and all of those times. And to be able to know that, you need to know what is the size of the sun visible from the Earth. So essentially, what is the angular size? How does it look like the apparent size of the sun? And it turns out that the predictions, they basically did some recalculation of what it was that size of the sun, and it turns out is a little bit larger, which means the sun is not, it's less covered. But the difference in the path of totality, it's only on the perimeter, essentially on the sides. Now, if you're in the center of the totality path, you don't need to worry about any of that, because you're well within that. It only affects the sides, and even the sides of that path, the edges, essentially. It only is like, if you were to measure it in terms of like city blocks, it's just essentially like 3 or 4 city blocks. It's not that much. So if you move up your city or something, if you're in the city, that's how far.
Can you hear me?
Hi.
Alex, can you hear me? Hi. So I'm going to interrupt because we are experiencing totality in like 50 seconds, and the sky is visibly darkening. It is coming over us.
It's getting dark so fast, I am shaking. So we're completely covered in clouds right now. I don't know if you have our feed, but this is the most
Yeah, we have your
thing
live crowd cam from Rochester right now. And you can see the shadow kind of enveloping over the clouds.
Yeah. Wow.
All right.
It's getting darker and darker.
All right.
Are we all done? No, look at that. Oh my.
It is.
This is absolutely insane.
This is absolutely insane. The entire sky is going dark right now. Everyone is screaming.
Wow.
All right, we are 5 seconds. Holy cow.
It's so
It's like nighttime outside. This is crazy. There's literally a sunset behind us. Oh my god.
Sunset over there.
Holy moly, you guys. This is. Oh my gosh. It is pitch black outside. It is pitch black outside.
Wow.
It is so crazy.
Wow.
So this is just like a different experience, I guess you can all experience with us. The clouds that are up are kind of picking up just a slight tint of pink or so.
The street lights have turned on. Brilliant.
Oh my god, all the street lights just came on in Rochester.
Oh my god. Look at the clouds over there.
Yeah, the clouds in the distance are actually really interesting. You can see like the sun. I mean, obviously that's what it is, but
it feels cold. But it's not.
Should we like almost turn the camera to show the sun over there? This is bizarre. This is so cool. Can you show the sun over there with the camera, or?
That's going to do the same effect.
Oh, it's all right. That's true. That's true. So yeah, if you guys can hear us, it's going to get brighter in the distance now.
Oh yeah, you're right. It is very
This is crazy. We've got about a minute left, I think.
2 minutes. They have our screen.
Oh, they've got a countdown. Yeah. We have 2 minutes left.
Yeah, you can see there the countdown.
But this is much darker than that. Look at us.
This is like, it feels like it's 10 o'clock at night.
But it's too warm to be night.
And you're right. You could see it coming up over the horizon.
Yeah, as it was coming, you could feel it getting colder and colder. And we had a thermostat up here and everything, and the wind started picking up. Oh, this is something. Everyone down in New York City, you're getting 89% right now. It's awesome, but if you ever get a chance to come up for totality or go to totality, this is it.
You should be getting now that sunrise perspective. You're past the center of the eclipse. The lookout. I think I'm starting to see at least something in the horizon. This is wild.
A little bit of an orange glow there.
Yeah.
Yes, you can actually see in the horizon. It's starting to come back now. Look at this. That's going to be really cool in the camera.
Now we have the full 360 sunset.
So now you're going to actually get it rolling back in again. Oh, this is crazy.
Oh, yeah, you're right. You just put it up. There's a sunset 360.
Oh, my gosh. It's true. We are getting a 360 sunrise here. The street lights came on and everything.
And then everyone got pissed. You still can't see the sun?
Everybody's red.
I think it's just breaking through the cloud. I see like things.
It's just bonkers how completely dark it is down there.
Yeah. It's nighttime. It's nighttime in Rochester. And the sun's now rising again.
Yeah.
Well, now it's sunrise. The sun's coming up. Oh my goodness.
I just feel like there's no color.
Should be coming up soon.
It feels like gray.
Yeah, we're all saying it feels like it's black and white.
We're in like Pleasantville.
Totality is fast approaching in New Russia, where Thomas Hayden is on the right-hand side there in about 80 seconds' time.
Everyone's clapping. Good job. Good job, Moon. Good job.
You did it. You did it, Moon.
Wow.
You did it, Moon.
And now it feels like it's morning.
There you go.
The sun has risen again.
That was amazing.
That was maybe for the car ride home, yeah. Oh my gosh.
We need New Russia. I can get New Russia.
Yeah, that was. I don't know if you guys can still hear me. Oh my God, that was absolutely. Ian, say something.
I don't even know what to say. Like, I was so worried it would be clouded over, but that was unbelievable, even with clouds. Oh my God. I don't know what to say. I hope y'all enjoyed it back home.
I'm so excited that you were able
degree
to
sunset.
see
It felt like there was no. When the light came back, it felt like there was no saturation. There was no color for a moment. Everything felt black and white, and it still does to some extent. It is. It's weird. It's weird.
Yeah,
Ian, my
and you know,
boy,
a lot
now
of
they're
people were saying
launching
wear
a
red and green.
rocket from Wallops.
They're launching
Yeah.
a rocket from Wallops.
Oh, yeah.
They might be a little
Yeah,
bit
he
delayed.
loves Wallops, so that's why.
They were saying, wear red and green because the vibrancy is different. You see the what is it? The red is muted and the greens are brighter. I think they were saying, but it's true. Like the rods and cones in your eyes at least are all just wonky. Everything is black and white here. It's bizarre. That was incredible.
And that is Totality from New Russia.
I've ever seen. Again, even with clouds, it was still incredible. I was so worried about it being, not that great, but wow. It was a very unique.
I'm surprised.
Yes, it was. That was something special.
The sunset on the clouds, like all the colors on the clouds.
Because it just started in New Russia.
Yeah.
Is it stopped? That's not
This is from Thomas.
So I think that's their feed from down there. Oh, it's showing. We're showing Totality in New Russia right now.
It's all good. It's like,
look at that.
It's like, I made sure they put it up, so.
You want your charging cord back?
And that is Totality in New Russia. 2 minutes and 45 seconds of Totality will be visible in total. And again, we can see those wisps of solar wind in the corona of the sun. And you saw that, hopefully, just a few moments ago, seeing the darkness in Rochester will give you a good idea of how this looks on the ground in New Russia, where Thomas Hayden is right now. Because this looks incredible. Obviously, we get the incredible visuals of the eclipse, but not the surrounding shadow, should I say, of the viewer.
Seems like we also have
Look
Sean.
at this.
Okay.
Or maybe we'll have Sean later, it depends. The
Yeah,
cell
Sean
signal is going to
later,
be a
this is
little
Thomas.
dodgy because people are going to be taking photos and videos and they're wanting to share it with their friends and family and upload
Wow.
it to social media and whatnot. But this view is just incredible from New Russia, New York. Just beautiful.
And should be coming back
I'm
with
gobsmacked. I'm just like, my brain is like stuttering, trying to understand what I'm looking for.
Yeah, there comes the sun. Right from behind the moon.
You
from
can see
New
a little bit
Russia.
of bloom, and there we go.
Oh! I'm guessing they just put on the filter.
Yeah, yes, that's the filter, because you can see it now in the bottom left.
Ah, there we go. Look at that.
And that is the end of Totality in New Russia.
We're also getting... Go ahead.
The next location with the Totality, I think, will be Sean's spot in Vermont. I believe we are struggling to get his signal at the moment. However, we also have that balloon in New Brunswick in Canada as well. It'll be interesting to see if that can capture anything interesting. But for the time being, I think we'll stick with this view from New Russia unless we can get the Rochester folks back, because this is just incredible.
It is so cool. We're also getting reports from our solar production at Starbase that it has gone back sort of to normal. It's still a little bit more to go, but Starbase already getting into full disk of the sun, not being covered by the moon.
And that thin line is about to get a bit thicker because the moon is moving away from our perspective here.
Thomas reacting in the back channel saying, so cool, got so dark and cold. Thank you for the view, Thomas, by the way. This is Thomas Hayden. And that's the simulated view of the eclipse.
You can see the shadow there, moving across the Earth's surface. Moon continues to move away from the sun now. And this is a view, I think, yes, from the International Space Station, which is currently orbiting over the northeast of the United States. It'll be very interesting to see if we'll get anything from the ISS. I'm about to go over to my monitor here to have a very close look because the
maybe
ISS
from the one looking down.
Yeah, I'm not sure whether Kevin will be able to bring up the EHTC payload. There we go.
There we go.
Because the ISS is currently over
Can we remove
Canada.
Can we remove the ticker maybe? I think it should be on the bottom side, the eclipse. Now you can see like the upper portion is a little bit less darker
maybe, yeah. Unfortunately, a payload from SpaceX CRS-30 was literally parked in front of this camera the other day, but the left half and the bottom half can still see the Earth. We are now approaching the northern border of the United States between Maine and Canada on board the International Space Station here. So let's keep our eyes out to see if we can spot any shadow from the orbiting laboratory. Any second now, maybe?
It is currently right above northeast Canada. I think it's starting to get dark. Yeah, look at that. Look at the right.
There's the shadow. Oh, this looks incredible.
Wow. Yeah, that's the shadow. Maybe now the other one is showing the eclipse. So I don't know if we can even do like a side-by-side from the ISS. That would be cool. Oh, well, now from the ground.
We can see on the right here from New Brunswick in Canada. On the left is New Russia in New York. Kevin, I think you should probably take the ISS feed again because it's going dark.
Yeah, it's getting really dark.
Here we go.
Look at that.
That's the shadow from on board the International Space Station.
Wow. Look at that.
Oh my gosh.
It's complete darkness.
It is utter darkness beneath the International Space Station right now.
That's so creepy. That's so scary.
I wonder if we'll see the light level like on the station drop ever so slightly as it gets to the center of the path of totality. Because I don't believe the ISS will be in totality. I think it might just be slightly off, but I'm not sure. So let's just wait and see. But yes, believe it or not, we are orbiting above Earth. That is the shadow of the moon as seen from the ISS.
Wow. Look at that.
That
and here comes
is
again the
a
sun.
very nice surprise. And here's the sunrise.
Someone was saying, no, it's just moving into the night side of the Earth. No, this doesn't happen when it's moving to the night
And
side.
here's totality in New Brunswick.
Look at that. Oh my gosh. It's so cool.
So whoever commanded the first launch of the first module of the ISS and all of the subsequent boosting burns since, thank you very much, because that was very convenient timing today.
Wow, look at that. That's from the balloon.
Yeah, so we've got a ground camera on the right of totality and the balloon on the left. The signal's dropping a little bit, but look at this. You can see it's a sunset and a sunrise all at the same time. It's incredible.
You can even see the clouds moving in front of the eclipse.
Yeah, this is just... My mind is blown. These views are incredible.
So amazing.
Again, I'm doing the silent thing, but I'm just watching with all of you. Like, this is just insane. This is incredible. And the sunrise-ish from the ISS once again, now going over the clouds, over the ocean.
Yeah.
Thankfully, they were over the ocean and not over land in the northeast. Fingers crossed the astronauts aboard the International Space Station got some beautiful captures out of the cupola of that total solar eclipse visible from space.
And I think Adrian just got the egg to watch one of these eclipses. So yeah, buddy, just come here to Spain and we'll get that coverage. We'll try to set up that coverage for August 2026.
Yeah, make sure to click the notification bell, everybody, because you don't want to miss August 2026.
Yeah, set up your calendars and everything. Oh boy. And you can see there on the left how the balloon, because obviously they are now outside of the path of totality.
Yeah, but you can see as the balloon spins, you can see the daylight on one side and the darkness on the other.
On the other side, yeah. It's so cool.
It's just an incredible, like, you cannot get this view like in any other way than by watching from a plane or watching from an aircraft. This is at 100,000 feet.
It just looks like there's an emptiness in the atmosphere there. Like there's some hole in the atmosphere.
And I know we've been getting a lot of support and questions over the last few minutes, whilst we've been like a big support over the last few minutes. I apologise we haven't got to them yet, but we've been a little preoccupied with these incredible views. I will get to them as soon as I can. Again, I'm being quiet. I promise I'm not doing it on purpose. I'm just like kind of stunned.
Yeah. Some people saying that they saw stars near the sun, and some of those could be actually stars. I looked it up on Stellarium, not sponsored by them, but I looked it up before the stream, and you could see on the simulations that they show some rather decently visible stars essentially in the naked eye kind of range of views. So you could see some of the stars, but then there were also at least 5 planets in view if you were able to see all of that. You know, clouds were in the way, of course, but if you had clear skies, you could have seen up to 5 planets. There were Saturn, Mars, Mercury, Jupiter, and Venus. Those are the 5 ones that I think were in sort of that vicinity.
And even though the totality has ended in Canada, this view here of partiality in the final stages of the eclipse today, it's still incredible.
Oh, who's there from the field? We're getting noises from the field.
I don't know whether the field can hear us, though.
Some people saying Venus was really, really bright. Yeah, that is very, very visible. Mercury is less visible, but, you know, it's still, especially if you were looking at the eclipse with, you know, the aid of a telescope or something like that, you probably have seen
Also,
that,
you kind of
or
need
even
to
a
know
camera.
where to look, because I don't want to like belittle anybody here, but you know, an astronomer who is trained on the night sky will have a better understanding of where things are currently positioned in the sky.
Some people asking, maybe that's Jack finally calming down, because I'm hearing some noises from the field, and I don't know who that might be. Might be Jack, might be Dr.
Maybe
Ollie.
Jack is just still trying to catch his breath. I don't know.
He probably is still.
Whilst we're seeing the final bit of partial eclipse here from the northeast, I'm going to thank Mark White, who half an hour ago, and I'm sorry we couldn't get to this sooner, did a $100 super chat. Thank you ever so much, because as I've said already today, that is a monumental amount of financial support. It is greatly appreciated. That kind of support goes directly back into what we do at NSF, bringing you live launch coverage, and in cases like today, countrywide, continent-wide eclipse coverage of today's total solar eclipse. So thank you so much to that.
Oh, look at that.
This is our multi-view right now. This is actually our internal multi-view of 16 cameras, and we have had 42 feeds today. This is one of our multi-views. Kevin is telling me in my ear, we have 3 of these. We have 3 of these multi-views, and thanks to your support, all of these different cameras are possible to be running across the United States for Team NSF. We also have our partners at Office Hours with a camera in Canada and across the United States, and of course Time and Date, who have been providing feeds in Mexico for NASA and across the US and the rest. This is a map of NSF and Office Hours feeds that we've had for today across the entire continental United States, from all the way down in Starbase, through McGregor, through Dallas, up through Arkansas and Missouri and Indiana and Columbus in Ohio, then Cleveland, Rochester, where Alicia and Das were watching from. Chris Kay was watching from the Twin Cities in Minnesota, and then I believe Tanner was watching from Copenhagen in New York, and then we had Thomas Hayden up in Vermont, in New Russia, New York, and then we had Sean in Vermont, and I think Lon Seidman was also up there somewhere watching, either in Vermont or New Hampshire, and then of course Fredericton in New Brunswick in Canada from Office Hours. So you know, this is a substantial viewing experience. And Kevin, correct me if I'm wrong. This is Adrian, I think.
Yeah, my setup
Adrian's
is definitely
setup.
not like that.
So of course, I think
that's
it's
Adrian's
nighttime
setup.
in Germany.
Yeah, we had an eclipse of the sun, also known as sunset. And yeah, there you can see from Canada, it's already out. Totality has already gone through the whole of the United States, also Mexico. Before that, they also had it in Canada, and now is just done for today. But more, there's more. There's a lot more. You see there the partial from Vermont, from Time and Date feed, and you know, if you're in the UK, might be around this time that you could probably see some of it. If you are in a very flat location, you might see in the horizon as the sun sets. But yeah, And I believe at Wallops, they are now preparing for the next launch of the rocket. They were launching 3 rockets to, do a lot of experiments around the eclipse and also during the eclipse. They didn't have a total eclipse at Wallops, but they had, I think, up to 81, 82%, if I'm not mistaken. So it's a decently, a decent cover of the sun, right? Of the sun's disk out there in Wallops. So they launched one near the beginning of our stream. They launched another one already. We were showing that right as they were doing the Rochester eclipse, and you can see now.
If you're if you're here, go look outside, because even though totality has ended in the United States and Canada, from what we can see, it will continue on. So as you can see here, the northeastern parts of Canada into Greenland and Iceland, at least partial eclipse will be possible from there. Down in the Azores Islands, which are kind of here-ish, partial eclipse will be possible. Unfortunately, I think you can start to see the nighttime lights of Ireland here. So maybe partial is now no longer visible. I'm not sure because I don't live there. But yeah, so go see that. And also, I just want to quickly take a look, because we now have the entirety of the eclipse passing the US from NOAA's goes east geostationary satellite.
Side,
we can see here. Okay.
Yeah, there you go.
But we can see here the shadow starting down in Mexico and going all the way up through the path of totality, through all the locations, through Rochester there, where I think we can see the clouds, which are to blame for Rochester here, unfortunately. Literally bang on Rochester up through the northern eastern parts of the United States. So Thomas Hayden was around here, Sean somewhere here, and then New Brunswick up here as well. So there you go. I wonder if we can see anything from the Pacific as well.
I guess there should be something from Newfoundland, I guess.
Oh, there you go.
I forgot that they also have there. Yeah.
How cool is that? Like, we literally live in an age where we can get live-ish photos downloaded from geostationary Earth orbit. It's just kind of blows your mind a bit, blows your mind a bit.
Did you get any animations for the next solar eclipses already? Like, do you have any of that already done and edited? Gotta get ready for that coverage, man. We need to start planning now.
I can wait a little while until get ready.
No, we need to get on with that now. Eclipses don't scrub.
We have Starship flights coming up, Alex. Do you not want Starship, great Starship launch coverage? I think I can wait until 2026 to get ready for the next solar eclipse.
Okay, so
get ready for
Starship.
Get ready
for more Starship, I guess, and then we'll see. We'll see with eclipses. Yeah, there's more eclipses. There's always a lot of eclipses in various locations. I'm gonna try and by 2026 that solar eclipse going from here from Spain. I'm definitely gonna try and go out and watch it, and also maybe hopefully cover it live from the field. Maybe I'll be the one in the field this time around.
Yeah,
it'll be the Americans be the ones that have to host.
I might have to book a package holiday down in the south of Spain or something in order to view that as well.
And then in 2027 you have the one from going over Gibraltar, so you'll be able to go there.
Beautiful.
Just easy.
Just get in with my passport. We were just looking at the view from Fort Worth. However, clouds have now gotten in the way. But as you can see here from the south of the United States, the moon is now nearly finished covering the sun. It will get to about 25%, 60 minutes after totality, and then it will the final percentage little slither of the moon covering the sun will depart approximately 90 minutes after totality. So we are now at 1948 UTC, coming up on those about 90 minutes after totality from the first locations we saw on stream from Mexico and the south of the US. I'm just looking to see if there's anything else we can take a look at. Could we possibly, I don't like to backseat produce, but could we possibly look at KACO1, please? I want to look at the Cape because I think it's still got a bit of the sun eaten out. Here we go. So this is still live from the Kennedy Space Center. That little sunspot that we were talking about earlier is still visible from that camera. So that partial eclipse is still very visible from the Kennedy Space Center.
Yeah, as you can see there, this is still a little bit more to go. Another 30 minutes or so until the moon completely goes away.
And hopefully it kind of makes sense now when I was talking about earlier that the moon will appear to cover the sun in one angle, turn, and then stop covering the sun in another angle. I tried to explain that as best as I could earlier, but it was a little difficult to kind of explain. But hopefully you can see how it will now approach from one angle and then depart from another. You can see that final little, I'd say, what do you say, Alex? 15%, 10-15% there covered from Fort Worth?
Yeah, they are. As you can see there on the left, it's funny because I wrote all of those times myself, but I don't remember everything because it's too many. And so they are getting very, very close. It's probably, 15%, 20% of the sun covered, about 10 minutes away from the moon moving away completely.
Yeah.
Getting a lot of comments from people saying how cool that you were doing the whole weatherman kind of coverage there.
You're very welcome. I won't do it every day. Just when we can see a total solar eclipse. Chris, another big super here, $50. Thank you very much for that, Chris. Saying thanks for all the views. Just wow. I don't think anybody could agree more with that sentiment there.
Wow.
That statement. Just wow is like the only word there is to describe it. It's not enough, but it's the limit of English vocabulary in order to describe what we just saw. Daniel has become a Red Team member. Thank you very much for that. And Cami with a $5 super chat saying, just came back inside from watching the eclipse with my son. Absolutely amazing, even with 91% coverage, southern New England. Thanks for the stream. You're very welcome, and I'm a little bit jealous that you did actually get to see it in person. I saw when I probably annoyed the chat moderators and told everyone to tell us when they were watching from. I did see a lot of people saying that they were watching from places which were within at least partiality. So, you know, it's very exciting to see so many people not only being able to see it in real life, but also tuning in for our delightful, insightful commentary. So yeah, thank you very much for tuning in, even though you can literally see this with your own eyes through eye protection. Let's have a look here, see if there's any more questions for you, Alex. Oh, hello. That's a voice I recognize.
Yes. I'm still letting the experiment run until the moon's completely gone. But back when we were all thoroughly distracted with other things, somebody asked a question with a super chat and it didn't get answered because we went right by it. It was about Einstein and eclipses.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
If you wish to answer that,
you remember that?
You can get on with it. We were getting ready for totality, so I didn't want to distract you.
No, that's fine. Basically, in Einstein's theory of general relativity, there was a prediction that massive objects which cause a curve in space-time will also cause light to curve in that same way. And of course, there's no way to do that when the sun is actually out, but there was a total eclipse and there were two teams of scientists. I think one was in Brazil and the other was off the coast of Africa. And they took some pictures and it took some analysis, but several months later, they were able to show that, yes, indeed, the sunlight had been, or the star's light had been curved around the eclipsing sun. And I believe that's what we call now gravitational lensing too, where things that should be round turn out to be oval or curved crescent shape, things like that. Does that sound about right, Alex?
Yeah, that is essentially how it was demonstrated. They were very skeptical about that theory, right? Because it was very radical compared. Ooh, it popped. Yeah, it's tumbling. The balloon there in Canada, it seems like it popped. We're seeing it now tumbling, and probably the camera is now coming back down.
The signal is a little bit dodgy. I think probably because the antenna is spinning really quickly on the balloon there.
Well, the cool thing about the Einstein and the eclipse story is that it made relativity theory a little more approachable by the public, because seeing the light bend around the eclipsed sun is something that people could actually, if they didn't see it themselves, they could imagine that it was easy enough to see. And so that moved it from a very esoteric, we don't have any idea what you're talking about, to, oh, well, it predicted this and that happened. And it was something that the general public could wrap their heads around. And trust me, I have to deal with what can people wrap their heads around every day I'm at school. So, because, yes, I teach high school physics. So, yes, I'm playing hooky today. But anything that makes science more approachable is good. And that's why I still show rocket launch live streams in my classroom. Even today. I mean, not today, but yeah. So
not today.
Today we've got a total solar eclipse to watch instead, which arguably might be cooler.
Although we'll have a rocket launch in 20 minutes, if I'm not mistaken. I think the next rocket launch from Wallops is in 20 minutes to do all of the science stuff about this eclipse.
Yeah.
But I always there you can see that feed from Wallops, but you know, Holly, I wouldn't agree. Like I couldn't agree anymore with you on you know the physics and everything. How you know sometimes it feels daunting for someone that doesn't understand all of that. But to me, at least, it's like if you try to simplify things, to bring it down, to essentially, you know, put all the pieces out and go one by one. Essentially, people understand those concepts, and you know, it is so cool to understand all of these things. And you know, teachers and everything, they always do a great job to try to you know, especially in your case, because you show all of these rockets and all this the amazing science and everything. So that's very cool.
Well, I found NSF during the pandemic when I was teaching all virtual. And so it was the day before the SN8 launch, believe it or not. And I had time to go down rabbit holes and watch video all day because at the most I spent an hour and a half on live stream with the kids each day. And so it was an unhappy time for me because I don't do very well without an audience. And I know it sounds kind of silly, but if you've ever taught, you know that it's easier to teach people face to face, or at least in my world it is. And so I was very much on the verge of retiring. And then I saw this and I started to, it's like, well, I can't quit yet because I want to keep incorporating this into what I teach. And I have a little longer perspective on this than y'all do, simply because I was born the same year NASA was born, and I saw all the Mercury launches and the Gemini launches, and somewhere I have a black and white Polaroid picture of the black and white TV that we had in my house when Neil Armstrong was walking on the moon. And then with the space shuttle coming along, I was one of the geeks that wrote letters saying name it Enterprise. And so I've had a really long history with the U.S. space program, but that was when it was only NASA. So now there's so much more. It's really a lot of fun, and I do point out from time to time things that kids could do with these companies once they get out of high school and college. I get a lot of students who are planning on being engineers, which is very cool. So
that's so cool.
So thank you all for the support, and I enjoy the heck out of this. So I hope I contributed a little to this, other than keeping Jack from screaming right after the eclipse. So because you heard him, he still hadn't calmed down. He has now.
I do wonder though.
It's like right after.
I was wondering though if maybe some of the other folks in the field have also tried to calm down a bit, because I think Ian is about to come through.
Yeah. I don't know. It was just fun. As soon as he got through yelling, he just kind of collapsed.
Oh, yeah. So, sorry, could not find the unmute button there. But yeah, I'm out here.
Yell?
Yeah. Hello.
Yeah.
Am I still here?
Did
you got me?
Yes.
There we go.
Can hear you.
Yeah. I mean, you heard me a bit through Alicia's stream, and yeah, that was just incredible. I mean, it was cloudy here. You can probably hear a bit of music in the background. They got a concert going here. But yeah, no, that was incredible. Even with the clouds, it was something unforgettable. Like, me and my friends were still like we don't really know what to say about it. It got so dark so fast. It got so light so fast. And man, yeah, you can see a live view right there of the crowd's been dispersed because it's been about 30 minutes since totality. But man, still, that was incredible, and I did not expect it to be that I don't know, indescribable with clouds and all that. But we are packing it up here in Rochester and beginning to wind things down. So yeah, I want to thank you all for watching. It's been an incredible time, and this was an absolute pleasure to bring to you guys. It's honor of a lifetime to bring this. This was amazing. Yeah. So hope you all enjoyed it as well throughout the country.
Thank you very much, Ian. Alicia, I think we also have you.
Yeah.
Want to?
Absolutely.
I don't know.
Yeah,
try and
a
explain the
little bit of a quieter
recovery from feeling this.
It was absolutely incredible. I think I am still shaking as well. I know Ian and I were comparing notes. It's just such a different experience. I was talking to Das about it as well, how, you see the corona, you see all these amazing pictures, and this amazing footage that obviously you guys have been bringing us all day. It's just something totally different. And I just have to say, if you are ever in an opportunity to be able to see or to experience totality and you have cloud coverage, go anyway, because you have the context of the clouds. You can actually see the shadow rolling in, and it just gets so much darker all around you. I didn't really see any birds or anything. I know people have said crickets start and everything. We did have the street lights go on because it was just pitch black here. So it's still worth it. I've seen the corona a million times. That's fine. I didn't really need to see that. Also, it's very far away. It's a tiny dot, through my glasses, but still, just the experience and everything. We lost our minds here, and it was phenomenal. So again, 100% would do again, even with cloud coverage. Do it. It's just unbelievable. I'm still shaking. It was great. It was great.
Hello, everybody. Do you want to see the shadow as it moves across the surface? This is, you can see there was a little close-up view of the US earlier. I've pulled it out to the full disk image from NOAA here from GOES East from geostationary orbit. And you can see here, this is from the last 2 hours up to about 10 minutes ago. And just off the coast of Mexico there, the shadow starts to appear, and then it moves up into the northern parts of the United States, Canada. And you can see here, just as it would be visible over Europe here, the sun sets, unfortunately. Which, if only the Earth span a little slower, maybe we would have been able to see it. But, anyway, whatever. I think we might also now be able to go and talk to Das, who is on the roof of the hotel. Not the hotel, sorry. I'm so used to Starbase. You're not on the roof of the hotel. You're on the roof of the museum. Deary me, it's been a long day.
Can y'all hear me? Y'all have audio from me?
We can hear you, Das.
Yes, we can hear you.
All right, good deal. I haven't packed up yet, but we've shut down the stream for the museum here, and that was quite the experience. I think everybody says, oh, it's not going to be worth it. It's not going to be worth it. It's going to be so boring, whatever. I didn't know what to expect. I've seen eclipses before. I was at the 2017 totality and got skunked by a little cloud, but it was a totally different experience. This was crazy, y'all. We could see this dark shadow approaching us, but it was darker than normal because it was the moon blocking the sun and the clouds blocking the sun. So it was just pitch black in one direction approaching us. And then when it came over us, how quickly it got dark, it got pitch black all of a sudden. And all the automated lights came on and that sort of stuff. And the crowd, everybody starts cheering and they start booing when the lights in the parking lot and stuff come on. This was just an experience. Even though there were clouds, we didn't see the sun. I saw the sun at 8 this morning, and probably 8:30 it went behind the clouds. I haven't seen the sun since early this morning, but it was still quite the experience out here in Rochester. So I got to repeat what Alicia said. If there's another eclipse, in 20-something years or something like that, right? But if you have the opportunity to get 20 years in the States, there's a sooner one in Europe, isn't there?
Yep. So in the United States, it's 20 years from now. Although if you're in Alaska, I think it's 2033, so that's a little bit closer in time. But the next one over contiguous United States, that's going to be 2044. So 20 years from now, we're going to get that. But from Spain, we're going to get earlier. Hopefully, we'll arrange something, right, Das? to get some coverage, maybe.
We'll figure something out. Yeah, we'll figure
exactly.
We'll
I'll figure something out.
But it just even if I was outside the path of totality and I had the means to get under the path and experience it, and I didn't, even with clouds, like knowing what I saw today and how cool it was for it to just get dark and cold. I had a thermometer, by the way. I had a thermometer cam because, a cloud cam, you only need so many cloud cams. So I brought a thermometer and I pointed a live camera at a thermometer and recorded the output of the thermometer. And the temperature dropped to 15, 16 degrees. It got so dark I couldn't read my thermometer anymore. But the sudden temperature drop, and it gets dark, and then we got the 360 sunset effect. I know people are like, oh, big deal. I stood up on the this little platform they have, and I spun in a circle with my phone. I don't know if y'all noticed, I disconnected from the call because my phone was like, you can't record video while you're on a call. So anyways, it was still a good time here, folks. I'm not going to go home bummed out that I didn't see a rock go in front of the bright thing in the sky. This was still something that you don't see every day. So good times. Thanks for holding it down. I know a lot of people did a bunch of work to make the stream happen today. And it always seems to work out that way where so many people step up. And Ryan, with your weather setup where you're like in front of the green screen waving at the clouds and the maps and stuff. Kevin, I saw these multi-views, and there's so many cameras in the multi-views because we had so many different partners. Alex, you've been holding it down with the physics knowledge and stuff. Jack ran all the way up to Fort Worth. We had cameras all over the place. We had a plethora of cameras. Would you say I have a plethora of cameras?
Yeah, I guess. It's fair to say.
Anyways, I will let y'all get back to it. I'm going to start packing up the gear here, but thanks again for letting us do this, y'all. This is so much fun. The Eclipse transition, though, nice.
It is so cool. That's also by Ryan. Oh, is Ryan talking? I see him talk on our, but I don't hear him. Yeah, talking while muted, Ryan. Okay, well, I'll hold the fort then for you. But there we're see, you can see him now. He's trying to the battery. That kind of looks like the battery of the microphone. But yeah, we're cycling there through different views. There you can see Fredericton. That's from Canada.
Can you hear me?
Now I can hear you. Yes.
Okay, do you want to know what happened? We've been live for so long that my one of my mic packs has literally ran out of battery, so I've had to switch to my second one for spare. There you go.
Battery swap.
Battery swap, live swap. Unfortunately, it doesn't tell me when it does that. It just dies. But anyways, as I was trying to say earlier, the moon is now leaving the sun. Yeah, I think this is from... no, this is... where is this from? I can't see.
This
Kevin,
is from New Russia, New York.
Thank you, New Russia, New York. This is Thomas Hayden's feed here. So it's a little bit more eclipsed here than it is currently at the Kennedy Space Center, where it's still a little ibble-nibble chunk there. Yes, so partial. This is from the KSC here. It's getting cloudy, unfortunately, but you can see the moon there now just ever so slightly covering the sun. It's probably about 5% or so, but in New Russia, I'd say it's probably about 25%, as I've said many times before already today. Oh, and this is from Fort Worth, where the sun is now fully visible again, following the end of the partial and total solar eclipse. As I've said many times today already, it's about 60 minutes after totality that it's about 25% covered, and 90% after that it is no longer covered. So yes, we have been live for a very long time today, with locations throughout the United States.
For about 4 hours, if I'm not mistaken. Almost 4 hours.
We're just waiting for that Wallops launch, the third, I believe, of 3 sounding rocket launches today from Wallops to conduct science research today. We are just waiting. There you can see it on the pad. Yep.
Hey, 2 out of 3. That's still good, right?
Yeah.
It was three rocket launches. One of them had to hold at least.
Yeah.
There's this.
Even though it's a sounding rocket, it is still, it's at the end of the day, it's a rocket.
It's a rocket. It needs clear weather and it needs to work and everything. And launching 3 of them in a very short amount of time, that was, bound to have
Jay
one of them at
is
least
saying in the
pulled.
back channel that the last one has been held for a range violation, which is
Oh, that sounds like a boat or something like that.
someone. The one before this, sorry, was held for a range violation. So I don't think we know why
Solar
this one
weather.
is holding.
Imagine if it was solar weather.
The moon's in the way. Solar weather doesn't matter. The moon's in the way. Yeah. So you can see that it's the little kind of. You can see the launch rail there in the middle, just down and to the left of the middle.
The rocket is just
mini hanger
right
there.
below.
Yeah, the rocket is kind of
like-
hanging onto it like that, and then it'll launch like this.
Yeah, and from the perspective, so the perspective is that you have the rail right here, and then the rocket is here. So it's like hanging on that camera perspective. It's sort of on the side, and then it just shoots off. But yeah, they had another two on the other side, so you can see other two locations. They launched all those two. One of them before. Oh, we can hear
We're not
the
going to be
coverage.
picking up at 2020, is that correct?
TD's a PM, yes,
I mean,
we intend to
2010.
pick up. Want to pick it up at 2010?
No, Roger, I was looking at the wrong display.
Oh. All right.
I think they're saying the winds are picking up, maybe, or they're going to pick up the
No,
count.
they pick up the
SRPO to
count.
TD. We do want to go ahead and
Okay.
pick it up on the next
But
even.
then, okay,
Roger, next even.
cool. So they're
We'll
not
be
going to pick
picking
it up.
at 2011 Zulu.
2011 Zulu. So we're essentially 30
That
seconds
is
away
in,
from that.
yep, 33 seconds time. When the count will resume.
So as we
for
just heard,
the,
we're preparing to pick up the count in about 25 seconds at 4:11 p.m. Eastern Time. That would set us up for a 4:21 T0 Eastern Time from our 50K launcher, the third and final rocket in the APEP mission here from Wallops Flight Facility.
The mystery
the count
voice
should
from
be
Wallops
resuming.
coverage.
Do we know how long is left on the count?
I believe they were holding at T-10.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, they're launching
Okay, so about
at
10 minutes
21
away.
past the... Yeah. Yeah, they were
And we
holding
wait
at
patiently.
T-10 minutes, and so if they picked up the clock at 2011 Zulu, that means it's launching 2021 Zulu. See, I know how to add up 10
Yes,
to a number.
thanks, Alex. Thanks,
Yeah,
Alex.
I can do that.
That was from, we were just seeing from Fort Worth, where it looks like clouds have got in the way, and this is closer in the northeast, or closer to totality in terms of time, because as you can see, the partial eclipse is back, but the moon is traveling in the other direction. The moon is now leaving the sun in this partial eclipse now, and yeah, I'll just check quickly to see if anywhere else we'll be seeing. Oh, no, you can see the totality shadow is now entering the line of the sunset here, unfortunately. So it looks like nowhere else. Oh, I just turned it off. Sorry, Kevin. There you go. It's just kind of leaving the line of sunset there. So it doesn't look like anyone else will really be able to see totality again, unfortunately, today. But as you can see, the shadow is moving across. Nice double stinger.
Double
There you go.
swoosh.
You can stinger now.
The Stinger also, it's an eclipse. There you go.
There you go. Just showing off the graphics.
Yeah. Even the standby screen says Eclipse, and then the logo just eclipses.
Yeah, I don't know if anyone noticed that if you were watching at the start of the stream when we started going. I wonder if I
You
could convince
went-
Kevin
You
to
went
leave that
all
running.
in with the graphics.
I know, I did. You know, I'm committed to my job. I don't know if we can. Oh, here we go.
That
We're
one.
standing by.
Look
now.
at that, look at that. Let's see the other eclipse.
This is
other
the
eclipse.
NSF total eclipse.
There you go.
Look, it gets dark.
And
Totality.
there you go.
There you go. So this is going to be
People like
further
it.
south, just a little nibble out of the sun now from the moon, as it continues to move across the sky in its orbit. And then the Wallops launch is 7 minutes away, 6 minutes away, 7 minutes away.
7 minutes.
Yep, I can do mathematics.
I can also use this.
Oh yeah, oh, I've got a calculator. Look at me. I'm going to go through a bit of support we've been getting from Stormy. Thank you very much for the $5 super chat, saying we're sitting on the line in Indiana. Absolutely incredible. Yeah, thank you very much for the support. And also, I'm a little bit jealous that I didn't get to see it in person. But yeah, anywho, I'm very glad you got to see it in person. Let's put it that way. And Jeff Rowe, another name very common in chat, gifting 1 Red Team membership. Thank you very much for that, Jeff Rowe. Was that a bird or something flying in front of the camera there? I swear we've been photobombed by a few things today. I think we were photobombed
Canaveral
by a bird
could have been a rocket. Yeah, this is from the Kennedy Space Center. You can see there on the left. It's just 3 minutes away from the moon completely going away. I wonder if we could keep this. Maybe the clouds let us see, like, literally
the
the
clouds
end.
say no.
Yeah. Well, I don't care about the clouds. The clouds can ignore me, and I can also ignore the clouds. But maybe we can stay here to 1810. That's essentially where, at least where I looked it up, said that it was just last point in saying goodbye at that moon covering the sun. Because I believe any other places where we have any feeds, they probably are too cloudy to see.
Yeah.
Oh wait, no, I see maybe Sean might have it, but so I'm looking at all the other feeds. I have them on my other screen.
It definitely looks like the clouds, apart from Rochester, but it does look like the clouds parted enough from pretty much everywhere else in the country. Maybe not over Andrew's house, but I feel like the clouds were not 100% compliant, but I think compared to some of the forecasting predictions that we've seen over the last couple of weeks, I think we can be pretty happy with how little cloud there has been throughout the country. Oh, here we go. We've got the Kennedy Space Center on the right and the Wallops Flight Facility on the left. No launches from the KSC, but we do have a launch coming up in 5 minutes' time, just shy of 5 minutes' time, on the left from Wallops, a final sounding rocket launch.
People saying, can we have another take? You gotta ask the moon and the sun to do that. They need to coordinate.
Yeah. Just waiting patiently now.
Just
you can see the moon
away.
Ever so slightly. The moon just eking over the edge now of the sun from the Kennedy Space Center.
Is that full zoom on that camera? I'm imagining that it is.
I think so.
And I believe, and can I even say this? That yeah, this is the one that we use for tracking of the cameras that we have.
And this time it's tracking something a little slower, which is the sun.
Yeah. But it is also why we're using that one, because it's easier to track with this one. I believe that's the whole reason, not anything special. Yeah, the moon is almost completely gone from the sun. You can no longer see it in front of the sun. So yeah, the eclipse has finished at the Kennedy Space Center. We still are waiting for that Wallops launch in just about 3 minutes from now.
3 minutes and holding.
See? Oh, wait, in holding.
Do we have to wait even longer now?
See, I heard.
And see what happens
I heard
now.
the 3 minutes, and then I was like, "See, 3 minutes," and then I processed the part where he said, "And holding," and I was like, "Wait, holding?" Yeah.
Jay saying in the back channel they've been 3 minutes and holding for a few minutes now, so they can hold for up to 5 minutes.
But oh man. Some people asking if we're also going to cover Halley's Comet. That's not until 2061, so we'll see. We'll
Also,
get there.
if I'm not mistaken, that'll be in the sky for a few nights, right? So we'll have a little time to cover that.
Yeah, there will be plenty of coverage. We can probably do some not marathon streams. See, Kevin is telling on our ears that there'll be a marathon stream. I mean, it is 40 years from now. I don't know if you're going to be able to cover that, Kevin, with us. Even I don't know if I'm going to be around by then, to be fair. But
that's fighting talk, Alex. Very quickly before this Wallops launch, I do just want to acknowledge a couple supers we've got. MCGYVR has gifted 5 Red Team memberships. Thanks very much. And Bideford, one of those names, who is always in chat and is always supporting us, with a $150 super chat.
How long could we hold here with our current balloon?
Stand by.
And as they're inquiring about hold times in the Mission Control Center at Wallops, I just want to say, Bideford, thank you so much. You are always in
We
chat.
could do maybe another 5 minutes, but if we're going to go much past that, we're going to have to do another balloon. That's going to take time to actually get that balloon up there, going, cut settings, and get you new settings. So it's hold another 5 minutes, and that's going to take some extra time.
Copy that, RSO. Thank you. 5 minutes from right now, or 5 minutes from what the plan we have right now?
That's 5 minutes from right now.
Copy.
So Wallops are trying to see if they have to send out another weather balloon to see how the weather is, to see if the weather is acceptable for the vehicle to launch, if that makes sense. So in about 5 minutes' time, it'll be the previous weather balloon data will be too old, so they'll have to send up another weather balloon, which will take some time to gather the weather data before they can launch, because the rocket needs to know, well, the teams need to know if they can safely launch the rocket in that weather. So we'll just keep an ear out to see what's going to go on there at Wallops with that Sandy rocket launch. But back to Bideford Super Chat. Thank you so much. I mean, I don't know how else to say it. It's just the support we've gotten today through super chats, through people just in chat hanging out, has been incredible. And we are very gracious for all of it because, you know, this channel is mainly focused around live streaming Starship and other rocket launches. So when we see...
Sorry, go ahead.
We're looking at picking up the count at 1625 local, which would put us at a T0 of 1628. Will your balloon still be good by then?
Stand by.
1628 maybe, we'll find out. But as I was saying, thank you for the support on a science stream. You know, I don't think we've ever seen so much support on what is a science stream. So thank you so much for all of that, for everyone who has tuned in.
We're okay with that as the absolute maximum, but obviously you're incurring extra risk of us going out in variability. So, but anything after that, we're definitely going to have to get up another balloon.
So,
PM, did you copy?
They're saying on the net there.
Copy, RSO. TD, we're going to target 1628 for our T0. Do you copy?
Copy.
So they're going to target 28 minutes. They're going to target 20.
Targeted T0 2028 Zulu.
They're targeting a T0 in 5.5 minutes time now, 5 minutes 20 seconds. However, you could hear the weather person on there saying that if they have to go past 28 minutes, then they're going to have to launch another weather balloon, which would incur another hold there. So, yeah, that's the latest from Mission Control.
Yeah, and I think Bideford was talking about hosting people for the Eclipse in Spain in 2026. I don't think I can do that. To be fair, yeah. So
should be about 4 minutes now.
I'll definitely try and get some coverage here for the channel and see what we
Yeah.
can set up. I know Adrian wants to come here. Even Alicia said in the back channel she could join. So maybe we'll get her too.
Yeah. Let's have a look through here, see if there's anything that we can talk about whilst we wait for Wallops.
Should be 1 minute or so, a little bit more than a minute from picking up the the count.
Oh, is
Hopefully
this
they can do
is this the? Are these the rockets that are tempting the sun god?
Yes, yes. Hi, Jack. You're hijacking.
Hi.
Have you recovered
I
yet,
started
Jack?
to break down my. No, I started to break down my stream, and then I was like, "Oh, actually, I'll leave it up," because I saw that we were still live. So, but yeah, holy cannoli, that was epic.
You're also invited to Spain Eclipse in 2026. By the way, Jack. Just saying.
I want to come to the Spain Eclipse so bad. One of the cool things that you can attempt if you want to get extra fancy with an eclipse is viewing it from a high altitude, whether that's a plane or a balloon or hot air balloon or whatever. That includes mountaintops. So if you have somewhere that's really high elevation, supposedly, I haven't seen it, but you can see the moon's shadow like racing towards you, which that's on my bucket list for sure. So if we can find somewhere in Spain with significant elevation change and we can get up high, that would be definitely a life goal of mine to accomplish.
You're in luck because the 2026 eclipse is going to be essentially over a very mountainous location in the peninsula. So you could be able to see it from a mountain. So that's going to be awesome.
Heck yeah. That's the thing is like, yes, eclipses that go straight over the US are rare, but there's plenty of eclipses. And if this has not quenched your thirst for more moon occluding the sun, then there are other opportunities very soon.
In
So
transponder.
Confirm, no change.
Check 560.
oh man,
Did it just
I'm
say
going to
no
sleep
change?
so much. I heard no change.
PLC check 562 and 563.
So if they are still going for 28, that'll be in just shy of 2 minutes.
settings are azimuth 101.2, elevation 79.2.
PTM check 564. PLC check 565.
Copy that, LLC. Check 566.
Just waiting now for the final minute of the count from Wallops.
How so like normally I'm able to listen in on the stream.
Experiment, you go. Experiment, go. PLC.
PLC, go.
PTM.
Go.
STM. STM, go. ACS.
Go.
PI.
Go.
SRPO.
Go.
Check
1 minute.
568, 569.
SPLC, check 571, go.
50 seconds.
60 seconds on the clock now. That was a lot of goes from Mission Control, so it looks like we're good to go.
Always love a good go, no go count.
40.
Yeah, it's kind of not nice SpaceX doesn't do it audibly, because, you know, it's like the iconic thing about rocket launches, the go, no go count.
Arm
And it goes
verified.
fast,
Check
so
item
stay
575.
tuned.
Do not blink, you will miss it.
Minus 20.
Yeah, sounding.
19, 18, 17, 16,
check
15,
577,
14, 13, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Mark, T0.
There it goes.
Radars are tracking. Plus 10.
Take that, son.
Ignition, squib, and motor pressure.
Plus Radars 20. 2 and 3 on the booster.
Look at that.
Look at it go.
It's yeeting.
Plus 30. Plus 40.
Burnout.
Plus 50.
I'm not sure whether the rocket is just really far away or if the tracking camera has lost it, but it is very little. You can see that dust plume.
1 minute.
Sub squib and break wire.
CS1 on.
We're now scaring
Door
the sun,
squib and all plunger switches. Eject
CS1
squib,
on.
all break wires. Skirt squib and break wires.
Splash on the booster.
All right, I got to start packing up. But I might be back.
STM
Either way, I love you all.
Swarms, all are transmitting at high
Thanks,
power.
Jack. Have fun packing up.
All radars on payload.
Boom deploy squib.
ACS2 align.
All pots.
And as we hear the chatter quiet down, we heard we had splash on the first stage. We also had good tracking on the radars. The PI seems happy now. There at the bottom center screen. You see the PM behind him, test director up on the pedestal. Everyone now intently looking at data screens directly in front of them on our video wall in the range control center. And they will collect the data now, head back to the laboratory to make sure they get everything happy. I want to thank you for joining us today.
You're very welcome. We liked watching you today. Anyways, on the right side, you can see there our feed from our robot at the Kennedy Space Center. The moon no longer occluding the sun. I'm not sure where this is from, but it's going to be from somewhere that doesn't have the moon occluding the sun.
I believe that's
And with
Jack's
that-
feed.
Is it Jack? Okay, it'll
Yeah.
be Jack. And with that, I do want to give a big thank you to our partners for today's stream, because boy, did we have a lot of partners. We had the Rochester Museum and Science Centre, which is where Daz, Alicia and Ian were standing on top of. We had the Fort Worth Museum of Science and History, which is where Dr. Holly and Jack are. We had Office Hours and Time and Date, who are both providing us with a bunch of different feeds from across North America today. So a big thank you to all of those people for helping us. Of course, a big thank you to everybody else who was in the field. We had Starbase live operators. They weren't in the field, but the robots are in the field. And Mary went out into to the highway site we have to put a solar filter across one of our robots just before the eclipse started. So thanks for doing that, Mary. And we also had Julia, who put the filter over the camera in the Kennedy Space Center. We had Andrew, who was in Central Texas, the McGregor Live team, who were at McGregor in Texas, and throughout we had Gage, who was in Columbus in Ohio. We had Thomas, who was in New Russia, New York. We had Sean, who was up in Vermont. So thank you to, if I've missed anybody, I apologise. I've tried to remember everybody, but thank you to all the people at all of the different locations. Chris Kay at the Twin Cities, across all the different locations across the United States and Canada. Thank you everybody for that. Those are all the different sites between Team NSF and Office Hours. So thank you everybody for rolling out across the country today. Of course, a big thank you to the person who's been in my ear, Kevin Michael Reed, for producing today's stream alongside Jay Keegan, who has been troubleshooting feeds and bringing 42 different feeds. I'll say it again, 42 different feeds into this stream. I think this might be our biggest ever stream ever in terms of feed ingest. So that was pretty cool. Thank you so much for that. Of course, a massive thank you to all of our members. Without your support, we would not be able to do this. We would not be able to roll out like the ridiculous size of Team NSF across the United States. We just would not be able to do that and help them get this awesome coverage for the stream and photography and all of those things. So thank you so much to our members. Of course, Alex, thank you very much for joining me today for the last, I've lost track of how long we've been live now, but for this
About
entire,
4 hours.
for this entire total solo eclipse, thank you very much for joining me.
it's always amazing. It's orange. The sun is orange. It's back. The mystical dragon didn't completely fade it away, but yeah, it's always amazing to cover. We cover rockets, we cover all different stuff that we can point a camera at, and sometimes it's an eclipse like we saw today, and sometimes is a rocket launch, of course. And man, I cannot wait until the next one. Hopefully we can cover that from Spain. Let's work on that. But yeah, and that's the music to tell me to already shut up and lead to the outro, I guess. My
Thank you very
outros
much,
are a little
Alex.
bit like Das's outros. It's always amazing, to be fair.
They keep going. They keep going and going and going. I've been told here by Kevin to thank the sun gods. So thank you, sun gods, for allowing the moon to move in front of the sun. I don't know. Anyways, I've been Brian Caton, your host. Thank you everybody for tuning in. And until 2026, we'll see you next time.
Members.
I already thanked them.
Well, we're showing them.
Thank you again, members.
Well, I guess we're gonna cover.
And here we go.
We're gonna cover orange.
We have liftoff. Propulsion continues to be nominal.
RCPA chamber pressure looks good.
Rolling up. Sliding down to SC off. Bring in SC off. It's orange! Orange 25! Oh my god! Oh my god! Decollage! What is it? Put that in the big bag,
343 unfolds to go.
Indeed. We rise together, back to the moon and beyond.
This methane will be igniting in the flare, correct?
Yikes. You bet. We don't need any more of these.